Those cracks. Guten morning, boys.
Yo, 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 what up, boys?
Buenos dias, muchachos.
How are
Coming
you?
at you from CDMX.
I can tell by the wall color. By the way, that's very
Nice
CDMX.
turquoise.
Yeah.
Can you? I had to. You're gonna have to have some sympathy for me here because it's an hour behind. So instead of waking up at 8:30 in the morning, I had to wake up at 7:30.
How the
God.
fuck do you survive? How do you survive these things?
I don't know.
As a 40-year-old man that wakes up at fucking 4 in the morning every single day, I do not feel bad for you. With a really bad back, I do not feel bad for you.
And Luna would not shut up at night. She was meow 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 all night.
By the way, there I feel for you. Vinny last night came in the middle of Belen and I into my ear and started sniffing my ear. He's never done this. And I turn around, I see him, and he's staring at me. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go to sleep. And he fucking puts his paw in my face asking me to rub him. I'm like, I don't know what time it is because we don't have a cell phone or watches next to us. But I did for like 30 minutes and then fell asleep again. Motherfucker. So he did fuck up my sleep. Alex, what are we doing here with the Bitcoins? What's going on right now?
Yeah, we have an easy market actually today, in my opinion. At least we're getting nice volatility. For me, yesterday's closing was very, very telling that we most likely are going to start moving down. And remember, based on last stream, we were really focused on the 5-day close. The 5-day was kind of telling us that, we should still be looking for more continuation down. 2 points of interest here on that 5-day close. What day is it today? Wednesday. So this was on Monday stream. We were talking about that 5-day SMA 200 in confluence with the 2021 market cycle high. Now, bulls needed on Monday to essentially get a major move up right into that $72,000, reclaiming it essentially. They were unable to actually do that, but they held the 2021 market cycle high. But ultimately, losing the 5-day SMA 200 really puts us in a interesting spot on Bitcoin because, you can see here, not many times you have been under it. And really, once you have gotten it broken under the 5-day SMA 200, it's just essentially disastrous for bulls. You'll look at this shop zone here in 2022, but really look at the candle down once you lost that 5-day SMA 200, 26%, leading to another, if we just measure it from this wick low, 24%. Major spot that was lost going into this end of this week. But we did hold the 2021 market cycle high. So then you're shifting to your dailies again. You're seeing that the dailies has been holding that consistently. You move down, it gets bought up. You move down, it gets bought up. Really looked like we were about to expand. We were so back, horny and happy. But then remember on Monday, we have our criteria. Bitcoin's been very easy to us to the downside to really tell us if, all what we're seeing is just simply what we've been seeing before. Stair step up, elevator down moves. And so when we go back to the 12-hour, this was really guiding us going into this week on maybe perhaps we aren't done with the move down and we should actually be looking to be shorting Bitcoin. Something I've been aggressively posting about on our Discord. We did notice here that, in the midst of this major move up, which was nice, very impressive. I remember we were at the $60,000. We wanted that move up to 69K. Of course, it's Bitcoin. We had to overshoot it just a bit, went to that 72,200 mark. But then you quickly noticed you deviated back within the 12-hour EMA 9, ultimately diminishing a move to the 21. And then you see that you very easily, simply, even during on the EMA 5 here, it's another point of my Monday analysis, you were staying under the 9, range bound between the 5, right? You were really, if we kept looking back, which we did, under the 9 and the 5 just has led to lower highs and continuation down. Here you see there's literally no difference in terms of what has occurred in the past few days or over even the weekend. You do notice you were just really in between the 9 and the 5. Once you lost the 9, you couldn't reclaim it, staying under it, ultimately making this more short bias. Let's do this. And you can just see here, simple 12-hour EMA 9 setup still is printing and really treating us well. Remember, I'm a simple trader, and when you're in a downtrend, you don't have to really overcomplicate tinfoil hat analysis. You just say, well, I mean, you reclaimed the 12-hour 9. This did lead you down 20%. Got to keep the same energy here. We keep measuring this, right? We keep looking. So far, you've gone down 5% from a 12-hour EMA 9 setup. My reasoning and why we want to be really watching carefully, these lower time frame setups are actually our friend. So we had the employment numbers today. We had a pretty nice liquidity grab to the upside. But again, all that was a liquidity grab. You're going to notice here that early mornings of, well, that early mornings right before New York open, we popped up, went to that 68,700. But this is no concern for us. I mean, we know our spot if we're going to be bullish, which is the 2021 market cycle high. Any move under the 2021 market cycle high, to me, is always going to be a short. Now, what you had here was just a simple liquidity grab. If you even start going to the more medium time frames here, like a 4-hour, I turn this off, right? All you're doing is flipping what was possibly support now into massive resistance. This 4-hour really solidifies the fact that this was just a massive trap on bulls. Again, something in the early mornings we were talking about on the Discord, any move up to this point was just an add zone for shorts or even a new short zone. And did the hourly ever give you a buy? No, it did not. Right. So again, so far, this has been a very easy perspective on Bitcoin. You really have not needed to complicate things. Have you reclaimed the hourly EMA 100? No, you have not. Even in this move to that $70,000 region, you just rejected it. Here, you've moved up to the hourly 34. Did you reclaim it? No. Did you reclaim it here? No. Did you reclaim it 2 to 3 closures here? No. So you see, Bitcoin is still very easy. It's just, you have to just kind of play what it's telling you. What I'm noticing is a lot of people are fighting again on crypto Twitter. They're fighting the easy trades. They're really trying to make a case on why Bitcoin's going to be bullish, when the chart is just telling you that's not the case. We can become a bull when we actually start reclaiming the cycle high, moving up, reclaiming 75K, going back to around that 85.5. But this is like a major move to the upside. Like, this is like asking for a lot at this point. So just be fully aware that so far the easy trading has been to the downside, and really is no difference here. So now we have a 4-hour breakdown. All we gauged this morning on the Discord was we went to the 12-hour here. We're taking this wick low. And I'm representing that even, okay, maybe you missed the 2021 cycle high short that we posted last night on ETA, then you very well could just get into the loss of this wick low. As long as you stay under, call it 67,300, you are going to get a measured move down towards $49,000. Now, remember in Monday's analysis, we're actually going to use kind of like that weekly SMA 200 here as like a mid-range. And remember, a lot we're talking about, this was the bottom. We know volatility is very hot on Bitcoin. Why are we going to front run a weekly SMA 200 when you're still actually in the setup to tap it? Nothing has changed despite a 20% move on Bitcoin. All you did was, okay, not lose the cycle high, but you're still getting a weekly SMA 200 target. The issue here is if you're running on this was the bottom, well, you're a little worried at the idea that, well, you actually didn't test the weekly SMA 200. It's just like a major level here. Testing it still could mean an over 10% move down, filling out this wick, and then perhaps you'll get a bounce. Maybe. We shouldn't, disregard a weekly SMA 200. Even with me as bearish as I am, we still should be looking at that zone as some reaction zone, but still we never actually tested it, which still gives us a measured move down to it. You can just see how dirty Bitcoin is. I mean, imagine you're one of these longs that longed up. You literally would be, your greed would tell you this is bottomed, we're not going to test this. And now what you're doing is breaking down towards it. You're feeling the heat. This will just kind of accelerate the move down until a lot of people start covering their longs here on this wick. So I promise you, a lot are waiting and they're trying to get something like this kind of trade. We just come down, quickly get bought up. But notice you didn't get a major buyback candle here. You just simply, okay, yeah, you got bought up, but you didn't flip this green. You didn't reclaim the weekly 5. And you ever so slightly got back above the 2021 cycle high. Didn't even really get that high above. I mean, what, you went to 70,300? So still showing massive weakness in this zone. And you'll quickly revert your attention here. Under the cycle high gives you measured moves down to 49K. It's just that simple. So we just want to be very cautious here for actually looking for longs on Bitcoin. There is literally no long setup, not even on the lower time frames, telling you it's worth longing. So just be fully aware of that. Now let's look at daily volatility. We were really understanding on Monday, we're still contracting on lower time frames. Daily is still contracting volatility. This is important because we have a massive extreme read here, multiple reads, honestly. But the issue is if you're betting on, well, this hit extreme reads to the downside, we're obviously going to reset it. Let me start scaling longs here for the mean reversion trade. Bitcoin is literally telling you as it goes down, volatility is still going, well, resetting. Essentially, it's now flipped under the moving average, easily can move down in the midst of a bearish Bitcoin. This just plays into bear's hands, essentially, which is the reset of volatility in the midst of a downtrend. Maybe you reach 49,000 and you actually have a volatility setup where most will say, yeah, we're obviously going to fire off to the upside. What happens in these bear markets is you just start getting these volatility setups. Your very low psychology is you have to bounce and then you don't bounce and you make the next leg down. It's like here almost. Psychology says we should bounce. We can't go much lower. And here we are on the lower time frames breaking down again, barely giving bulls any kind of hopium. So, the downtrend is very fun here. We just have to be really paying attention. And as long as now you're under 69,200, you have to be very cautious of Bitcoin breaking down. At this point, it does not matter if you go to 67, 68, 69, as long as you're closing dailies under 69,200, you are going to be majorly bearish on Bitcoin. Look at the last reaction here. Hourly lost the zone, and then this is what took you down to 60K low. What is the difference from here to here? There's no difference. You're just literally now in that same exact setup. You're basically in the midst of here before Bitcoin ended up putting in on the hourly like a 9% move still. Right? Perspective. I mean, there's just no changes. And you even have a massive hourly top candle. This is exactly what I was running with ETA's new short that I posted about an hour ago. When we went right into this zone on the lower time frames. Actually, we'll look at that right now. Right here is exactly when we posted our short for ETA. So far beautifully working out. And that's why really you want to be watching the levels carefully, because when you do start trending down massively, you do start respecting the levels. So a lot of lower time frame trading today, in my opinion, will pay off. I do think today is just one of those days we're going to just see a lot of volatility. And really, Bitcoin does seem pretty primed to start moving down. We can start really talking about the higher time frames, but again, like on the weekly, you're just not going to get any kind of relief until you hit the weekly SMA 200. And mind you, I mean, we've talked a lot about 2022. You made a move down to it. Remember, we like almost front ran it here, eventually hit it, but Bitcoin did not hold it. And this was the next area of congestion before we broke down to the next leg down. So what I can say is, well, we're first going to use the weekly SMA 200, closing in 4 days. If this weekly loses this zone at $58,000, we are going to be more on the camp that we are just going to aggressively dump to the 50s and possibly lowers. Here will be our area of interest on where we could possibly get a bigger bounce on Bitcoin. But until then, we will be looking for something like this. And still that means we could easily get a 10% move to the downside before it's all said and done. Because, well, you still should be looking for some kind of bounce going into March. You do notice here that weekly EMA 100 is sitting at 46,170. So, I mean, minimum, if you start breaking down past the weekly SMA 200, this will give you some kind of bounce. This was the last major bottoming point here we saw in the last bear market. Next measured move will be around 46,200. And you will honestly start getting a lot of people talking about, in my opinion, this is going to be the bottom zone. Like once we reach this spot, you're going to hear a lot of people talk about this is the bottom. Be very careful about, well, that sentiment building up here. Where they're going to get that idea is, well, Bitcoin's never closed below the monthly EMA 100 really ever before. You've always formed macro bottoms off of it. And remember, we're simple traders, so I'm going to see something like that, and I'm going to run with, yes, this should be a big bounce down. But don't get it twisted. If you start losing, let's say, $45,000 on a monthly candle closure, Bitcoin is absolutely cooked. And in my opinion, I really don't see why we're not going to hit 30,000s and possibly lower. So, we're approaching near a bottom zone. We just don't want that sentiment to build up too much because remember, not everyone's going to catch a bottom, just like over here. When we reached this bottom here, everyone was calling for $12,000. And that didn't happen. So if we reach here and we really start getting bottom calls, that's going to be a major cause of concern that perhaps this isn't going to hold. If we don't end up holding this EMA 100 on a monthly, well, this will be a disastrous signal for me. Right? And so if we know we're near a bottom zone or approaching it, I say near it, but really we're not that close to it. We're still about 30% away, or a $20,000 pullback here from this point. Well, that would mean that then Bitcoin needs to, in theory, go down majorly aggressively in this spot. You really shouldn't see multiple months of slow chop before a move down. In my opinion, you should just see a disastrous move down where people feel really sick to their stomach buying this dip. That to me would then really solidify some kind of bottom versus like the just slow bleed down, the tap, and then we go up. You just kind of need to just aggressively down, move down, hit it. No one wants to buy here, and then we start going up. But my point is, monthly still is giving you targets down to the EMA 100 on the monthly. Last major bottoming zone, each bear market has been off of that. So we want to just be watching that carefully. And well, that's at 46,172. So you can decipher that however you want. I'm looking at that as just the next objective zone in confluence with the weekly SMA 200. So, big levels that we're actually getting on Bitcoin. Remember, the volatility here is still very primed. We're still very focused on this monthly volatility setup going into March. This could, for the first time ever, confirm a volatility expansion, which is something we've never seen before. So then this just plays into the idea that if you are just, trying to scale longs because you think we can't go much lower, Bitcoin has to bounce. Monthly volatility is telling you probably should be kind of ditching that idea. As long as this is over 15% and Bitcoin is under the monthly EMA 34, you are just going to be in a monthly sell with volatility supporting it. An environment we've never ever seen before, ever in the history of Bitcoin. So that makes it just a little concerning, just a little bit. Very curious to see where these ranges are going to update. But you just still see, since November, you've just been in a monthly, or no, since December, you've been in a just monthly sell here. You entered it in November. So pretty juicy stuff. I'm just looking at Bitcoin to just continue down until at least 58,000, in all honesty. Now, where will we start feeling the heat and maybe we're wrong? Well, very easily, if you start seeing Bitcoin get back above 72.2, that'll be my first big sign that, yes, this maybe is grinding out a bottom. But until then, you're nowhere near that. You're in breakdown, and you're even just very easily rejecting that last wick low that was formed on February 6th. So just want to be still very on the camp that Bitcoin is bearish, and any move that we get, like what we saw this morning, is just an opportunity for shorts. So we'll continue to keep monitoring Bitcoin. And well, if I see another trade here, I will post it. You do notice here now, the dailies closed under the 2021 cycle high. Can we start getting the 2-day to close, then the 5-day, and then the weekly, and then the monthlies, right? This is a good start. This is a good reaction. We need to keep seeing this move down. So that way, then we get the 2-day, and then this just bleeds into that 5-day and weekly. Because remember, you have not seen us lose on the higher time frames, like, or I guess medium time frames, like the 5-day. This 2021 cycle high since like June 2024. And that was really what started to aggressively move you down to 53K. So this will be very, very, very important. If you start really losing this in the higher time frames, this could just be the next spot you leg down massively. Something we already see developing on the daily. And that's why it's going to be important as a bear to just keep this under 69,200. And so if you're bullish trying to long this, you got to feel a little uncomfortable trying to like bet on this, because you're just in the gray zone of the chart, and that's just a lot of hopium based on nothing, and even trend is still down. So if you're betting on like this, understand you need at least a little kind of bullish structure, something to give you this. You're just now lower high and brewing a lower low. Anyone who's running with this idea potentially are just going to get run over. Something we have seen before on Bitcoin, where it gives bulls ever so slight price divergence, you leg down, price divergence, you leg down, price divergence, right here, and now you're leg down. So it hasn't really been working out. Now that's my analysis on Bitcoin. We'll go to tether dominance. I think it's a lot easier. We're on Monday literally looking for the setup here. We got the reclaim, we got the retest, and now you're getting expansion. So that worked out beautifully. Simple, just uptrend things. We also noticed price divergence was forming here in the midst of a macro uptrend. That's the difference, where if you get price divergence forming while the macro's up, then you probably should be looking for this to break out. That's exactly what has occurred. And so now the next target is simply 8.56%. Now, I will say the nice part is if you are bullish on Bitcoin, well, you're just kind of looking for the lows to get ran. Maybe weekly SMA 200 on Bitcoin gets tapped, tether dominance shoots up here, and then you end up dumping. This just plays into the bearish retest, essentially. This is still in bearish retest. You did deviate. Now, if you do stay under this 8.57%, okay, that this could be solidifying a new range here. So that'll be the next objective, is the 8.57%. And really, if you end up bigly rejecting here, okay, that'll be a big sign for me. Start moving down. But if you end up breaking out, reclaiming this, well, this will just be, that'll be the first thing you'll want to see if you're going to make a new all-time high on tether dominance. And mind you, it's very close to an all-time high. And well, that really puts it into question if, well, we're just in a massive macro uptrend. Better shown on the yearly, actually. Got your higher high, higher low. If you do break 2022's high on tether dominance, this isn't a macro uptrend, something that, like, confirmed, in my opinion, something you've never really seen confirmed. Here was the developing of it. Here was the spring. You're back above the 5. Now you just need that higher high. Literally, you could get your higher high, and then it comes in, retest, and then you just start breaking out. This would be disastrous for crypto, though. Flipping that 9.5% into support would be crazy. But something that is brewing, honestly, and it's very interesting to see that. Just plays into the idea that actually crypto is quite weak here. A lot weaker than what you would see on CR. You know, this is, you could argue, the strongest tether dominance has ever been in the history of its chart. Well, you could argue this is the weakest Bitcoin's ever been in the history of its chart. And that's just simply based on volatility here. If this does really fire off on the monthly to the downside, we really don't know what this setup will bring, honestly. And if, like what we're getting now, firing off here near 69,000, you know, this could literally be a disastrous thing for Bitcoin that no one's talking about. It's quite interesting. Which tells me that this probably will fire off to the downside, because many are just expecting a super cycle. This would mean we're in a bearish super cycle, actually. You saw nothing in the really move up. Bull market, you really saw nothing here. You see nothing here. This is something you've never seen before, though, with a massive volatility setup. I mean, you just simply see those 5 days. How's the 5 days been treating us? So imagine this monthly. Got to keep that same energy. It's just interesting to see that. So really on tether dominance, to me, it's just looking like the next objective is 8.57%. You should just be simply waiting for that. No real trade here. You're just, okay, maybe dailies close above this wick high. You can then maybe look for a spring off there, form a higher low on lower time frames. But really, honestly, this is a massive range. It's worked out well before. You've seen just an aggressive push up to the 8.5%. What's the difference here? I mean, you're just in a deviation play, got a higher low, retested that daily 5, and now you're really all just, you're good. You're really good to just keep moving up. Now, perhaps the 2-day will give you a trade and look something like this. And then this perhaps will just look like a 2-day bearish retest forming here. Not this. This is the tinfoil hat idea. But you can see here the 2-day was holding. You've gotten like a doji top. So if you move back to that 2-day, on that new 2-day candle, watch for 69,200. This still will just mean ETA short just keeps firing off, which is nice. So there's no risk to ETA. If you're just following our alerts on everything, still will mean that this, ends up firing off and printing on the 2-day. Because remember, we're keeping our worst case scenario of any bounce up to this 5-day SMA 200. If we end up bouncing at all, this will be my extremity Glock 3000 short zone. This 5-day SMA 200, which so far doesn't even look like we're going to tap it. But I have mentally noted that and even posted in the comments on ETH trading alerts just in case, because Bitcoin's a little dirty, and this would be a dirty place to kind of retest, right? The 72.2. But regardless, in summary, Bitcoin's looking weak. You're breaking down. You look like you formed the next major lower high. The 5-day SMA 200 is a loss, and you're opening up a range which 69,200 is resistance and 49,000 is support. You need to be watching very carefully the follow through down. If you start really breaking the low that was formed in February 8th, February 6th, my apologies, this low at $60,000, you're going to be more in the camp that Bitcoin is breaking down, and you're just going to aggressively move down to at minimum 58,000, the weekly SMA 200. If you start losing that on a weekly, there's your confirmation that you are going to break down towards 49,000 and possibly lower. You have that monthly EMA 100 at $44,000, which has been just the bottoming point for Bitcoin on the macro anytime you get near it or you tap it. So that will be the next objective, right in the 46K. But still, regardless, doesn't matter how you look at it, weekly SMA 200 still means we're going down 10%. Or if you're going in for that major move down on the monthly, down to 46K, that still means you have about 30% to go. So really, no matter how you paint Bitcoin, I see no setups taking to the upside. Let's even look at like a 30-minute, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're bullish and we're bottoming here. No, 30-minute looks like a deviation play. Even if you retest 69.3 on a 30-minute, that looks like a gift, and you're just in breakdown here, shown taking out the last wick low. So now not even the lower time frames has a setup. So just be fully aware of that if you're trying to long with your favorite crypto influencer, because this looks disastrous today. And we have to keep the same energy. Let's go back to the 4-hour really fast. Let's look at this. I mean, 10 4-hour red candles. We got to keep the same energy. Like, Bitcoin is extremely weak, and it's just like this. Nothing's changed. So, it literally can just keep going down only. You already reset the 4-hour streak. So in theory, really, you could just keep moving down from here, never getting a mean reversion bounce. And here was your bearish retest or just local high for the day. Now, we'll look at Bitcoin dominance very fast. There's literally nothing to talk about quite yet. But I'll talk about it to keep the flow going. But really, your frame for today should be Bitcoin and tether dominance. You should be watching the 2-day, and you should be really just focused on, as long as you're under that 2021 cycle high, you're going to be dumping, which means you're going to be, TPing those shorts quite soon. Weekly here is still the same. In a massive weekly sell, you got the deviation. You're waiting if you retest 59.7%. So far, it doesn't look like you're going to do that. And you're just simply waiting for this weekly volatility to fire off. This is the biggest setup you've ever gotten in this chart's history. And while in the midst of Bitcoin dumping, Bitcoin dominance was also dumping. So really, I mean, this looks like it's really priming for a major move down, which, I mean, you can interpret that however you want. I'm going to interpret that as Bitcoin's gearing up for a major move down here. And even Bitcoin dominance is supporting that idea with a massive weekly volatility setup. All you need to lose, though, and I'll still stick on it, is the EMA 100. You bounced up to it. You didn't reclaim any of my moving averages, and so you still have a target down to the EMA 100 on the weekly, something we've been talking about since November. So no changes there, very easy. And I will always say 59.7% is the last big capitulation zone on Bitcoin dominance. Look at this really fast. You reject 59.7%, and that gave you a 19% weekly red dildo. So you do kind of have to be a little cautious here. And while if Bitcoin dominance dumps 15-20% from here, I just don't want anyone to be absolutely shocked by that. Like if it just ends up doing this should not shock literally anyone who's been watching stream, because we've been literally talking about this being bearish and still more likely to fire down to the downside once this weekly volatility actually breaks above 15%. You still are in the dump spot. It's kind of funny how easy these moves down have been on Bitcoin. It's like the past history has really, it'll never be the same, but they've been damn rhyming very near. I mean, it's been very close. Even that move down on Bitcoin really did. I mean, looking at the last bear market, it really helped us to really figure out if we were actually going to dump from this point, and we did. So I just used that same idea on Bitcoin dominance, and it really does just look like it's wanting to leg down here soon. So just be fully aware. I mean, if you lose this, call it 57.4%, your next objective will be around 52 to around 50%. No matter you look at that, that's just a massive dump overall. So that's all I have on crypto. It's looking terrible today. So just be very cautious of that if you're longing. And yeah, watch the 2021 cycle high. That'll be your friend.
Alrighty. Let me share my screen. Your little Sipsky is code 0. I can see Mr. Ronald F. Kennedy Jr. peeking through my window right now.
Yeah, you made that Coke.
I don't know how.
You should be doing commercials for them. That sounded like a crisp drink, I will say.
Yeah, I don't want like Alejandro said the other day. I don't want the commercial to say, "Buy a Coke." No, I'd rather hear that.
Word, honestly.
Yeah, I'll start with our good old friend Bluffin on the HPDR. Alright, so momentum is now, very extreme to the downside in the bearish control zone. We are currently flipped up, getting over the moving average, and I believe there's hidden bearish divergence here. Sorry. There is indeed hidden bearish divergence because you are taking out these previous highs on momentum, whereas price is making a lower high here. And to confirm this divergence, you need to make a local bottom, and in this point, you would have to close below $67,877 to confirm that. And we're about $67,800. We're about $500 to $600 below that number now. And we're also about to close below the 88.3%. So not only would you have hidden bearish divergence, but you would also have a breakdown in terms of HPDR, and that would bring you somewhere between the 97.5% and the 100%. And that'd give you a range between $63,600 and $54,000 to the downside. And what's going to be in between there is that $58,000 number we spoke about last time. We're going to get to that on the weekly. Let's go to 8 hours. I believe we're about to get a close. Yeah, in 25 minutes we get a close. Zoom out. 8 hours currently flipped to the downside, but it's very extreme to the downside at 91%, with volatility also quite extreme. And your Joule is now approaching the bearish control zone. It does make sense to get a little bit of a bounce in this zone, especially since you're getting to the 95% on the HPDR. But that bounce is likely to fail and probably not going to be that much of a bounce. If you do see a bounce, maybe you get somewhere around 67,500, but you are not likely to get beyond that point, and you're likely to just continue get continuation from there to the downside. 4 hour. 4 hours also rejecting the moving average, flip to the downside with volatility expanding, and you're very close to a bearish cross here with the pink about to cross below the yellow. It's happening below the bullish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful as if it happened up there, but it's happening above the bearish control zone, so it's not going to be negligible. And this 4 hour candle was quite the fuck you candle. Went all the way up to the top 38.2% and the 21 EMA and rejected and then turned red. And now we're bouncing off the 88.3. That's one hell of a bearish engulfing dildo on this one and this one. Let's go to 2-day index. 2 days giving us a nice rejection of the 5 EMA, plus your 88.3% shows extreme weakness. You can't even get beyond the 88.3%. And from here, you're going to close in about 8.5 hours. Close like this, you're likely at a minimum going to come down somewhere between 95% and 97.5%. Gives you a range between 64,300 and 59,600. With momentum pretty extreme to the downside. And the 2-day jewel is currently losing the sell signals on a neutral signal. It hasn't flipped to buy just yet. Neutral isn't necessarily bullish. And you are getting a bearish cross here with the pink below the yellow, but this is happening in the bearish control zone. Friday also has that close below the 200. It's crazy how traditional market stocks are so much less fucky with this, where if you were to go to Coinbase on the 5-day, I believe you got that retest of that 200 SMA. Where is it? Yeah, you did. You got a perfect move back up, tagged the 200 SMA perfectly, and then you got your rejection, which on Bitcoin, because of course it's going to be very fucky, not like Coinbase, which trades cleanly, you never got your retest. You just went straight down. Was hoping we would get that retest somewhere around $72,000 to get a nice short entry, but nope. And here's that $58,000 number from the weekly. We have a silver cross to the downside on the weekly, and in every single one of these that we've had, this is, by the way, the first silver cross to the downside on the weekly we've had in this entire bull market, but in every single one of these, we had that move down to the 200 SMA. And right now, the 200 SMA sits at about $58,000. That's where that $58,000 number is coming from. And it'd be a nice sweep of this current low at about $60,000, and then I can see us getting more of a long form bounce from that zone, somewhere around that high $50,000 area. And that might be the bounce that takes us to maybe that 5-day 200 SMA of somewhere around $72,000. And you're getting a fresh sell signal on the 5-day jewel, on the weekly jewel, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. And you got hidden bearish divergence here because you took out this previous high on momentum with price making a lower high. And the target of that divergence is its 200 SMA. 2-week is also pointing to the downside, very extreme downside with volatility expanding, and you're about to lose your 2-week 100 SMA. And with the loss of that 100, you're eventually going to make your way to the 200, wherever it is at the time. Right now, it's around $40,000. It's going to slowly approach that $43,000 to $45,000 area, which we're going to see on the quarterly and the 6-month. Monthly is also right around the area of 78.6%, which is the breakdown area. If you get a monthly close below the 78.6%, that is going to give you a breakdown to somewhere around the 95% to the 97.5%. So that gives you, with a close below 64,400, you'd have a target somewhere around $51,000 to $40,000. That $40-ish thousand number sits right in between there, and your monthly 100 is at about $46,000 currently. And this would, if you were to just draw a simple meme line from your lower high in the 2022 bear market, that would be basically exactly that 100 EMA. Isn't that very interesting? Very cool. And that probably going to see a very significant bounce from this area. Maybe you might even see your bear market bottom. Who knows? Probably going to go a little bit lower, but we have to see the reaction in that zone, somewhere around 40-ish thousand to possibly high 30s is where you're likely going to see your bear market bottom. But who knows how long that will take? You're likely going to see a bunch of bounces in between. And on the monthly, you got a sell signal on the jewel, the pink crossing below the yellow. This is only the second time in history this has happened, and it's happening higher up than it happened on the Luna collapse, so theoretically it should be more powerful. And this is only the second time in history you've completely skipped the neutral phase and went to the sell signal. The only other time was the 2018 bear market. Now we'll go into RSI. Start with Tether. Oh, and by the way, fellas, we have cracked 18,000 members on the Discord. Pretty
Let's
cool.
go.
Eso 18,000.
What a good
So we're
time
very
to
close.
be Discord too, honestly. I'd say this is the best time to be with DTA.
We have now officially passed, Sir's Discord.
Amazing.
So on the daily, we're about to make a local bottom here. To confirm a local bottom, you would have to close over this wick high, which is at about 8.043%, and then that will give you a target towards the critical zone, which right now is at about 9.5%, and that's quite a nice pump ski on Tether, which is going to be your nuke ski on Bitcoin to somewhere around $58,000, I'm guessing. And is there any divergence here? There's some slight hidden bullish divergence also, which will confirm with that close. I'm getting volatility contraction though from extremes. 8 hours still has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. I'm about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. Just need to see a close over about 8.109%. And then that gives you a target to somewhere around 9%. With volatility now freshly expanding. 4 hour also has hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 7.7%. And your next target is the critical zone, which currently sits at about 8.6. Two-day currently also has hidden bullish divergence. This is arguably played out. Next target is about 8.7%. In 3 days, close to putting in a local bottom, but you're going to have to close over this wick high, which is at about 9%. Then that gives you a move into somewhere around 10 to 11%, which is all-time highs for Tether dominance. 5 days also has hidden bullish divergence. Next target is 9%. That's currently right along your current all-time highs, I believe. Yeah, but somewhere around 9.4% is the current all-time highs. So we'll be seeing some new all-time highs this year, but for Tether, not Bitcoin. Weekly also has a local bottom. Nothing. Now let's go into Bitcoin. I found out that there's a subreddit of fags who are very salty that they missed out on the Bitcoin train, so they're calling it Buttcoin. It's called r/Buttcoin.
That's
Very
it.
funny. Yeah.
Can they get on the
And
train?
they-
Well, not now, maybe while it's coming down, but a little bit later, and just be happy. No.
No, they're just pussies. Once the price goes down, no matter what price it goes to, they're going to be too scared to buy.
That happens a lot in crypto and Twitter and pretty much in the world.
People are salty that they missed out on something when they get the opportunity. I'm not touching that shit.
Yeah, they never do. I mean, that's literally what separates the people that make it to the people that don't. It's really simple.
Yeah, just
I
try.
wish there was more.
Literally, just keep trying.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that simple. Daily's looking quite shit on Bitcoin here. You're approaching the simple moving average, which is at about $63,000. That would be your target from this zone here, which is a retest of somewhere around this low. And at that point, I would think that this is going to break down towards the bearish control zone, or the critical zone, I mean, which is, oh, what do you know? Right along $58,000, 57,600. Beautiful. I love to see that because it fits my bias. 8 hour out currently has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence with another drive currently possible. And with the close below 66,540, that will confirm. And you get a target of the critical zone, which currently sits at about 58,350. Beautiful. And this is the classic bear market move where it goes down in a straight line, like much lower than anybody would think that it would go, and then it gets the bounce, the significant bounce. Like in the 2022 bear market, it went straight from $69,000 to like 34,000 before it got the real bounce. And that bounce took us from like 32 or 34 up to 48, which was, I believe, a 50% or 48% bounce.
It was a 50, and also in Solana, we went from 70 to 140.
Damn.
I remember these
that would
things.
be-
I don't know why. I don't remember anything about life, but I remember these things that are useless.
That's me on some things as well. Nothing really important, but I remember what Bitcoin did on this one day and 3 years ago.
Yeah, it'll never work for me in any way whatsoever, but I know it.
And that would be the move from about 126,000 down to like 58,000, and then you get your 50% bounce to maybe 70 or $80,000, and then to somewhere around 40,000. So that'd be another 50% haircut from that lower high, and then probably something that'd be enough to demotivate demotivate people if they see another 50% haircut, another 50% correction or crash.
Yeah, people right now are like, please get Solana to 60 and be done with this. I'm like, oh boy, you guys are in for a treat. Next goal would be 38. So you'll enjoy your 50% off $60 Solana. By the way, how blessed is Grant Cardone? He must be a saint by now.
Yeah, he's rivaling the Pope.
Is he the Pope now?
I think so.
Because he keeps
Got
getting
voted in.
blessed every day in the face.
He was talking about being blessed in the 90s.
No. He was blessed in 111s. You can look this up.
Wow.
111s. He was blessed for the opportunity. Imagine how blessed he is right now.
Almost 50% down.
Not bad. Damn. He's one of God's favorites.
Wow. I guess the blessings were promised to him 3,000 years ago.
The chosen one. He was promised these blessings.
He's got them all over his face. Apparently, I heard, I'm not sure if this is true, that he's like selling all of his assets to buy more Bitcoin.
Say it again.
I saw on Twitter that he's selling all of his assets to buy more Bitcoin.
So you're selling your assets, which is real estate. It's commercial real estate for the most part. At the worst time to sell those, in order for you to buy Bitcoin, which is already overpriced, and you've been buying since $111,000 heavy because you've been saying you've been blessed.
Publicly.
One of the stupidest people on earth.
I'd rather have a jet than some internet coin that keeps going
Now-
down, but that's just me.
This is the problem. These are people that became rich by telling people they were rich, kind of like the Tai Lopez thing. And no one cares that they're scamming them. What he does is he buys buildings. Let's say that he'll find a building that's $10 million. And he'll go buy it for 14, get $14 million from investors. He'll keep $4 million, like the over. And he'll give the buyers a little bit of that, like the sellers a little bit of that. And that way he fucks everyone in his funds. Like he's scamming the fuck out of everyone in those funds. But it's fine, just like Tai Lopez, right? Like how many of these guys have fallen one by one? And the problem is, it's not so much that they're doing illegal shit and stealing from people and all that stuff. Is that people just don't understand how simple it is to understand how stupid these people are. They're not successful from being brilliant. They're successful for being thieves.
Yeah, just how much are you willing to fuck people over?
Look how
Like,
stupid he is. Look how old he is. And he's saying he's blessed at $111,000 buying Bitcoin. And the moves that he's making are from a child. A child. You know what I mean? That's the problem with the internet. Everyone's glorifying retards that are thieves, and they can't tell the good guys from the other ones. Every single YouTuber that came up around me has been going to jail or like gotten by taxes or anything.
reminds me of a certain 41-year-old man that was beefing with me when I was 27, whose parents
It's
are
retarded, dude.
hotel
It's
owners.
unbelievable. And now everyone's more retarded and they don't know what to listen to. But these guys have jets and all that, so they got to listen to the idiots that stole money. So enjoy. Good luck.
I can't find any time frame to find some hopium on this thing.
No, the weekly and the 2 weeks with volatility expansion on Bitcoin and on Solana to the downside and still pushing hard right now. Not looking good.
Yeah, you even have a local top on the hourly. I'll give you a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 65K. Not really much lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would not want to be a headline trader this morning. You just got spanked very hard.
Well, you never want to be a headline trader, Alex, but everyone's a fucking idiot, right?
Yeah, good point. Sometimes, maybe. If I find out that Saylor buys, I just go to my phone and immediately click buy.
Oh, of course. That's very smart. Very smart. You know that this Sunday he was hinting at buying Bitcoin on Monday? How'd that go?
Well, yeah, and I think it came out that he bought, what was it, 78,000? What was it, 79,000, 78,500?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know. Like, it's irrelevant. When I see that, I know that people are going to get fucked.
The joke was it just we were only there for like 7 hours, 10 hours. Like
I think
don't
it
know
was
how-
87,000.
Oh, it was something crazy. Like I don't know how he bought
The top of the rift.
the exact top. Yeah, just funny.
It's like he was sitting on his phone on the exchange on the toilet at home or something, because it was not during working hours.
I'm pretty sure he's just in 2023, I said that Elon Musk was going to be the first person to become a trillionaire. Everyone, I'll bring it, like, I'll let you finish, Farhan, and I'll look it up right now. Mm-hmm. Everyone on that thread told me that I was an idiot, that Michael Saylor was going to be the first trillionaire. How's that going?
That's crazy.
You understand
Michael
how, like,
Saylor's
the low level of intelligence that we're, like, competing against? And I swear to God, guys, people are getting more and more stupid by the day. It's like the more they learn, the more stupid they become. I've never seen anything like this has never existed like this.
Do they think that Michael Saylor personally holds those Bitcoin?
I really legitimately think we are so stupid that they're using it with characters like with Michael Saylor and all these other people to use it against us when we're trading. They really do. There's no way these people that are adults that have billions of dollars are this stupid. Like, if you're Michael Saylor and you've been in every single Bitcoin cycle, why are you not waiting for the bottom? Can you please just answer, like, for real? Like, let's get serious. Why?
It's because he's the roaring kitty of Bitcoin.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. But then again, who's the one putting all of the promotion so that people look at Michael Saylor and say, like, wow, what a guy worth admiring. He's one of the biggest morons I've ever heard talk in my life. I know. I'm sounding like, oh yeah, you should be so smart, Alejandro. I am an imbecile and a moron. And I didn't go to school, and I barely speak English and now Spanish, okay? Barely speak both my languages. And I'm telling you, those people are fucking stupid as fuck.
I mean, that's what
you just have to know.
They're adults too. Like, I mean, I look at it like they've been on this earth 2 times my lifespan, and I know if I'm going to buy Bitcoin at billions of dollars, you probably should just like wait for a weekly estimate 200.
And hang on, and you think he doesn't know that? Please.
Exactly.
You think? Hang on. You think Nayib Bukele didn't buy the top of gold and announced it and put his fucking photo next to it at the top of the top of the top And he did that without being on purpose. You know what I
That's
mean? Like
definitely
these people,
intentional.
like whoever runs that, the announcements, it's maliciously doing it, just like whoever runs the news, so that people make really big mistakes. And by the way,
And
thank you all for your money, you retards, for not learning anything.
they feel so much more confident because they're like, oh, if he's putting in this much money, then I can put in my $500.
Yeah, no,
That's a crazy thing. Yeah, they
it's
think
an
that way.
absolutely crazy thing, Alex. But that's how the world works, by the way. It's really weird.
It's
I
true
mean,
though.
Michael Saylor,
He was
Michael
buying. I was
Saylor is
like,
the
oh, this just looks exactly how it was in 2022. He's announced.
It's identical.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, wait, that's just.
Why are you doing the same thing, Michael Saylor? You know what I mean? Like, and by the way, is there no one at Strategy that is like, sir, by the way, the Bitcoin cycle seems to be a 4-year thing, and every 4 years there's a bottom and a top right here. No one raised their hand at the Strategy convention or meeting or whatever and was like, sir, how about we try next time just buy the dip on a bear market? No, 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 no. You know what I mean? Do you understand how stupid his model is?
yeah, just to buy all the time, no matter what the price is.
Why?
Very stupid.
Like,
That's what I'm
regardless,
saying.
yeah,
Like,
makes
it's a
sense.
trap. Come on. It's a
But
trap.
it's the same dude. It's the same dude who ran their MicroStrategy stock from $333 in 2000 down to 45 cents.
Yeah. Because he actually had to do things.
That is
Like, I was just buying Bitcoin, dude. And he's buying, and by the way, he's buying it at the worst times. Once again.
every lower high.
Yeah, literally. It's just like a rerun of 2022. Literally.
Unbelievable. Sorry, Farhan, go on.
And they're the same exact playbook as no one's picking it up. Same thing in 2022.
Yeah.
All right, the 2-day. Every time frame's looking extremely weak. No divergence here though. Friday, nothing. Weekly is in the critical zone, so I can't do much with that. 2-week made a local top. Next target is the critical zone. That level sits at, it's going to update, but it currently sits at about 49K. Nothing here. Monthly is not tapping the bearish control zone. Sits at 63,000. See, last time monthly tapped the bearish control zone was right over here in March of 2022, right off of our lower high. And that took us down to about $30,000. Actually, this was the move that went down to 17,000. And we did tap the critical zone on this move. As of this moment, critical zone is impossible. And it was exactly to the monthly 100 EMA. Very interesting. That's where our bear market bottom was. And COVID also came down to the monthly 100. Right now, the monthly 100 is lining up perfectly with my meme line at $46,000. I think when Bitcoin is trading in somewhere in the 40s, that's where I'll start buying Ethereum at whatever price it's at. Yeah, for the spot tokens. And the nice strategy with that is if you want to go heavy into spot, then you can hedge your spot bet by shorting futures at significant resistance levels. So that way you make money in your spot. If your short gets stopped, and if your short prints, then it hedges your spot just down, and you can't get liquidated on spot. Quarterly currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $114,000. You have hit the easy target from the bearish divergence, which was somewhere between the simple moving average and the bullish control zone. That gives you a range between 71,000 and 66,000. You have hit that, and now you are getting that slight bounce from that zone, somewhere around that, which was at the quarterly 21 EMA. And your next target is to the downside is going to be the neutral zone, which is going to update several times. Right now, it's at about $19,500. All right. And 6 month is still forming 3 drives of bearish divergence. This will conform with any close below $74,441, and that's going to give you a target down to somewhere around this quarterly or 6-month 21 EMA, which is going to rise with every single open, and eventually it's going to line up somewhere with this meme line at about $46,000, which is exactly at that monthly, I believe, exactly the monthly 100. Yep. And this 21 on the 6-month is where we bottomed at on the last bear market and on COVID. So somewhere around the 40 seems to be a magnet. And it's quite, we're even more bearish is that the yearly has a local top in now, where it's going to confirm a local top with any close below 74,441, which confirms the 6-month bearish divergence. And that gives you a target down to somewhere around that 46,000 area at a minimum. Your bullish control zone is currently at about 51. On the yearly, your last higher low is at about $17,000. So this can keep going. This can go a lot and still make a higher low on the yearly. All right, now let's check momentum. When I first saw what the S&P actually stands for, I thought it was a joke on Twitter when someone said Standard and Poor's. I was like, that's what it means? I feel like such a retard. Didn't even know what S&P stood for.
Say that again,
So
one more
on
time.
I didn't know what S&P stood for. So when somebody said Standard and Poor's on Twitter, I thought they were
No way. Fucking amazing.
What a retard. People take advice from me. On the daily, we got momentum currently flipped up, and we're going to remain flipped up as long as we're closing over $66,250. We are currently still within the bearish control zone. On this next projection, you're still going to be in the bearish control zone, so maybe about 2 more opens before you get to the edge of the bearish control zone, and at that point, this pivot likely drops, or it goes up, I mean. And we're also forming hidden bearish divergence here because we have taken out this previous high in momentum, but price is still making a lower high. And that will confirm with any move or any flipping down of this momentum. So if you close below 66.2, that will confirm your hidden bearish divergence, and likely going to target somewhere around 58,000 from there. Well, your first target is going to be these current lows and then 58,000. 8-hour just got a fresh close. This is flipped down with volatility expanding, and you are rejecting the critical zone, and you have now lost the bullish control zone right at the edge of the bearish control zone. If this was going to be bullish, this pivot would have gone down. The fact that it didn't is quite bearish, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $70,700. 4 hours currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you can close over $67,000, which we are not too far away from. We are currently getting volatility expansion with momentum pointing to the downside, and your last 4-hour close was quite bearish. Two hours currently freshly flipped up with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 66,150. So a little bit. So maybe you can see you can get a move into somewhere around 66.9, 67,000, but high probability that will reject. And this is going to be flipping what was previously support into resistance. And you're just getting or a test of the critical zone. So this can come all the way up to the edge of the bearish control zone and then flip down on momentum. Hourly is also flipped up with volatility contracting almost at extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 66.3. Two-day is currently flipped down with volatility at extremes, and it's going to flip back up in 8 hours if you can close over 63,750, which you are over at the moment. 5-day is currently freshly flipped down with rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone, and volatility is now expanding from extreme lows, giving you a 5-day volatility setup to the downside, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $75,000. You have currently hit the average move of that volatility setup, which is somewhere between 25 and 30%, and you get that on this move to the downside here at $60,000. It's still active, however, so you can still continue going down. The invalidation is going to be flipping this momentum back up or getting volatility contracting. Weekly with that fresh silver cross to the downside. Weekly is freshly flipped down on momentum with volatility now once again expanding with that momentum flipped down, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $69,420. Nice number. Funny that the pivot was 69,420. Very Bitcoin-like. 2-week is currently also still flipped down with volatility expanding, giving you that volatility set up to the downside on the 2-week with the derp of death, and you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $72,700. And let's see how much we are down from the point of volatility expansion. Okay, this one took us over 15%, and we came down about 35% from this volatility setup. So the average move has been hit on this 2-week setup. Let's see how much it would be for that 58,000 area. Not really that much lower, just a sweep of these current lows, somewhere around 37, 38%. And see how much the last volatility setup or to the downside gave us. These have all been to the upside. Here's the last one to the downside. And this is basically the same move we're looking for now, is right before the Luna collapse on the lower high, which was your last volatility setup. Let's see, this one. This one or this one that gave you the expansion? Not this one, nope. Somewhere around here. Very interesting. Let's go to the bottom here before you got your bounce. Right around 40%. $40 to 41%. So if we were to take somewhere around that $58,000 area, that's very close. $40% brings us to about $56,000, slightly below $58,000, and it is very, very possible that you can wick below that weekly 100, which would be a wick below 58, and that take you to like 55, 56, and then you get your big bounce. And a 50% bounce from 55 would be like what, $22,000. That take you up to like 77, 80,000. And then you get one hell of a short opportunity, somewhere around 77 to 80,000, because from there you're probably going to go to the 40s. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility expanding from extreme lows, very close to getting back over 15%. It's currently at 9.69%, nice number. And you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $115,600. And you are about to enter into the bearish control zone on the monthly. Entering into the bearish control zone on the monthly makes it that there's not really any arguments left that we're not in a bear market. And if we were going to be bullish at this point, this pivot would have gone down at the edge of the bearish control zone. The fact that it didn't and it remains over $100,000 is very bearish. This pivot is like close to twice price action right now. And the last time you came into to the edge of the bearish control zone, you didn't get a bounce. You just went straight through, which was your move in Luna. The only time you got a bounce was when we were in the bull market on the edge of the bearish control zone. Quarterly is also flipped down, losing the critical zone for the first time ever. Volatility is down to the lowest point ever that it's ever been, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $108,000. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is leaning heavily to the bear side. There's basically no arguments left that we're not in a bear market. You got quarterly bearish divergence confirmed on multiple different setups. You got 6-month bearish divergence, 3 drives forming, which will confirm with any close below 74,441, and that's going to give you on confirmation a target minimum down to somewhere around $42,000 to $45,000, which would be your 6-month 21 EMA, lining up with also your monthly 100 EMA, which are both areas that you bottomed out on the last bear market, as well as the COVID crash. Both exactly came down to those areas. So that will be the target of your 6-month bearish divergence. Quarterly bearish divergence target, the easy target has already been hit. The next target would be the target of your 6-month bearish divergence around that $48,000 area. And now on the very low time frames, you have momentum also flip down, lining up with the weekly momentum, which is firstly flipped down with hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day and the weekly, which the weekly hidden bearish divergence would target somewhere around that 200 SMA, which currently sits at about $58,000. Not really much lower from our current low, just a sweep of that $60,000 low, and somewhere around that 58 to 55, 56,000 area is where I do think you're going to get your big bounce, maybe somewhere into the 70s, maybe $80,000, but that bounce is likely to fail, and then that's going to trigger the target of your 6-month bearish divergence, which is that $48,000 zone. And the invalidation right now is going to be simply getting a weekly close back over. I wouldn't use 98,000 anymore. Let's see. It should be a little bit easier at this point. Weekly close back over $90,500. If you can get that, then probably you're going to go to all-time highs. But it's a little bit unlikely that that's going to happen. More likely that you're going to get if you do see a bounce from here, somewhere around 67,000 is going to be it, and then you're likely going to continue dumping from there. I don't even know if you're going to bounce to that 67,000 area. Possible, small possibility.
Perfecto. Thank you, senor. We got actually some pretty good requests. Let me put my screen on 1 second, and I hope I'm not muted. I'm not. Wow, fucking killing it today.
Amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable. It's fucking raining in California. These taxes are not working. We're going to do Circle and the peso.
Oh, I'll do whichever one.
All right. I'm trying to see. I'll do the peso. Yeah, I'll do the peso.
All right. Vale. All right, I'll start with this bullshit. Little salami. I think salami shows a nice graph of what's going on right now and the danger that we're in. Not a lot of people are understanding this little delicious dump below the meme line. By the way, I went to a Discord once when we were right here on Solana at 120. And as he was coming down, I said, if we lose 104, our next target's going to be 83. And I just threw that trade into this this absolutely random Discord, not random, like an NFT Discord for free. Everyone just looked at me and was like, yeah. Now we're going to bounce into, and they just continue to go on. And it really did it. It really went over 80. And I said, we lose 84 on a weekly close, and then we're going to 38. And we're at that point where now at the 38, people are still like, nah, there's no way. We're going to 38. We're going to 38. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
There's a little area right here in salamis.
Such a terrible chart. Sol versus Bitcoin, such a terrible chart. I agree with you on that, honestly. Sol
Bitcoin. Oh yeah, it's actually breaking down. And volatility expansion on the weekly. Look. Give it 39 hours so that it can open. There it is. Ta-da! Your 15% is right here. How you like them apples?
Well, I'm glad that guy bought our Sol at like
180.
Yeah, 180.
Gordon Capital on Twitter. Sell me all of your Sol at 180 and shut the fuck up. Dude, the crypto space is full of fucking gems. You can't lie. You know.
I wonder if he's still buying.
Say that again?
I should hit him up. I wonder if he's still buying it when
I already made that joke on the chat, sir. You were not paying attention. I said, I'm going to fucking hit this guy up and see if I can get a great deal right now. Oh, my God.
So,
all right.
Yeah,
I'll get to it. We'll do Circle as people are getting a little nervous. I like that. Along with their Coinbase. I like that because, remember, we're going down. When I bought this Circle and Coinbase, I told my wife, I was like, babe, now you're going to see our account. Right now, you're going to see our account go red. And the more red it goes, the more I'm going to buy. And she goes, why? Why don't you just wait until it's the cheapest? I was like, because babe, if I knew how to do that, we would be gazillionaires. Okay. So I need to do it like this. And I said, it's going to take about a year. So for a year, don't look at our account and you'll be happy. And she's like, fine. Lasted a day. She's been looking at it and she's like, what's going on? This is everyone on the chart right now. Bueno, vamos con el análisis de Bitcoin. Voy a abrir con Solana. Solana para mí es la que te está dando absolutamente toda la pauta, damas y caballeros. Y los que se pregunten por qué, se los voy a enseñar ahora mismo. No el nepe, ¿no? Pero les voy a enseñar el truco en Solana que estamos viendo en estos momentos para poder sacarle el mayor jugo a esta cosa. Estamos viendo Solana en la semanal. Y ahora estamos viendo, este es el ciclo del 2021 completito, ¿no? Desde los $20 hasta los $200. Esto todo fue el 2021, esto fue el 2022, el mercado bajista 2023, ¿ok? Ahora, si Solana ya se llevó esta y este canal, ¿qué canal le queda? El de los 40. Justamente acá. Uno, ¿podría detenerse en 45 y no bajar de eso por los 50? Podría, porque aquí tienes esta zona. ¿La pueden ver? Si no, permítanme poner una línea en chinga ahí para que la vean. Donde tuviste los primeros rechazos del mercado bajista ya casi en mínimos, antes de irte a los $8, tuviste esto. Esto quiere decir que esta sería la zona para jugártela. Yo, es más, no voy a jugar esta, aunque en mi opinión lo va a hacer. Yo jugaría los 47. Ya sabes, a mí no me importa que mi portafolio esté en rojo por unos días, y es justo lo que le estaba diciendo a estos güeyes. Si estoy viendo que mi portafolio está en rojo en lo que está bajando todo, güey, me da igual, ¿no? Pero a mi mujer le estaba diciendo, güey, voy a empezar a comprar en este mercado bajista. Nuestra cuenta va a, porque lo tiene en su teléfono, y lo digo solo porque mi mujer le da como ansiedad de dinero, ¿no? Les dije, aposté güey, pero nada de lana en el Super Bowl y perdí. No me lo han dejado de recordar hasta ahorita, nunca más lo vuelvo a hacer. Pero en esta no tengo de otra, ¿no? Mi cuenta es su cuenta es mi cuenta, etcétera. Y le dije a mi mujer, güey, lo único que tenemos que hacer en este momento es, vas a ver que voy a comprar acciones y todo se va a ver en rojo por un año. No te preocupes, todo va a estar bien, todo nos va a salir de huevos y va a pasar esto. Y me dice, ok, pasan 2 días, ¿no? De que compré Coinbase y Circle. Coinbase está abajo, Circle estaba arriba, no sé si siga arriba o no sé qué pedo. Les digo, a mí honestamente me da igual. Y mi vieja me dice, ¿qué está pasando? ¿Por qué está bajando, no? En esto. Y le digo, güey, eres como todo el mercado. Ya te dije que todo va a estar bajo, que va a bajar más, que tu dinero se va a hacer menos, solamente por un año. Y después tu dinero se va a multiplicar, ¿no? Y ahora, este es más dramático que todos, y la razón por la que hago un anuncio comparado con otros años es porque en otros años no hago este tipo de... no invierto agresivamente de este estilo, ¿no? Esto es un año, una oportunidad de una vez cada 20 años. Para quien no lo crea, ya verán. Así que estamos aprovechando. Y le dije a mi mujer, cuando lo veas caer, no te preocupes. Mi mujer se desesperó y ya me preguntó, ¿por qué no solamente compras cuando esté más barato? Le digo, güey, si supiera hacer eso, te lo juro por mi vida, lo haría. No te pondría a sufrir y además, pues seríamos cuadribillonarios, ¿no? No se puede. Esto es lo más cerca que podemos hacer a lo que hacemos, y esto es lo que a muchos de ustedes los va a preocupar, pero aquí estamos diario, no diario, pero 3 veces a la semana para recordarles que tranquilos, todo esto es de acuerdo al plan, vimos el tope, nos salimos en todo y ahora esto está jugando de acuerdo a lo que estábamos esperando, así que no se me vayan a volver locos con esto. Continúen haciendo su DCA planeado como lo tenemos, continúen viendo, les sigo contando todas mis posiciones, etcétera, para que las tengan. Con esto entendido, pueden ver que Solana está en la semanal debajo del S&P 200, que es la primera vez que populó desde que caímos de él, desde que populó en marzo del 2025. Estamos por debajo de... Una vez más, y por cierto, esto es algo que tienen que aprender todos ustedes también, como yo lo aprendí a putazos. Cuando en la semanal estás debajo del S&P 200, siempre es buen momento para comprar a largo plazo. A largo plazo, activos que creas que van a volver a regresar, ¿ok? No creas que, güey, Nike lleva ahí abajo 30. No. Nike va a valer verga y llevamos en este show diciendo por 2 años, que es lo que lleva el show. llevamos impresionados con cómo va a valer verga Nike en la tabla y entendiéndolo también, ¿no? No quieres invertir en esas cosas. Las cosas que de verdad creas en, y ahora puedes creer en Nike, pues simplemente es lo que es. Pero la idea es, cada que estés debajo del S&P 200, la línea morada, en cualquier activo, es buen momento para acumular, ¿ok? Si te puedes ahorrar el comprar cuando estás por encima de, podrías ver que esta chingadera viene más o menos así, ¿no? Si hubieras ahorrado comprar todo esto y ahorita estuvieras entrando, estarías en... Toda esta gente, desde el 2023, está en pérdidas. Toda. Cualquier persona que haya comprado este cripto Solana en el 2020, desde el 2023 está en pérdidas. Ahorita. ¿Me entienden? Y ahora vamos a este punto. Este punto acaba en los 47 hasta los 38. Esta va a ser tu zona de máximo aproveche. Me van a decir, ¿qué no puede caer a 8? Podría. No tengo, ahora sí, una vez más. Esto es lo que estoy usando antes para preplanear, pero uso las noticias y uso el sentimiento de todos para poder testear y decir, ok, aquí esta es una zona importante para comprar. Yo creo que es importante verlo con Solana. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja, debajo del S&P 200. Tu mejor opción es que puedas romper estos 84 a la alza. Si no puedes y cierras esto este fin de semana debajo de 84, marca mis palabras para que puedas hacer un video. $48 es el siguiente objetivo y los va a dar porque tienes un setup de volatilidad en la semanal. Y adivina qué, en la de 2 semanas es todavía más grande. Y ahí vas para abajo, debajo del promedio del 100. No me sorprendería que la mensual, también estaba expandiendo ante esta caída. Y es básicamente donde voy a empezar. Vámonos con Bitcoin. Bitcoin está en un punto bastante importante. Esta es la tabla que más me gusta. Esta es la tabla que está funcionando en este momento. Porque venimos, obviamente... Y es justamente lo que habíamos dicho, ¿no? En el último stream. Vamos a estar rangueando por acá hasta los $58,000. Es justamente el lugar donde estamos en este momento. Este es mi rango anterior, ya lo puedo destruir. Cabrón. Perdón, un segundito. Ya lo podemos destruir, este rangue anterior. Todas estas notas. Debería limpiar toda la tabla y dejar de hacerme pendejo. Pero soy un gran huevón. Me gusta ver las cosas y recordar porque hay veces que se me olvidan. Es por aquello de fumar tanta marihuana. Un segundo. Todos los puntitos amarillos. Ok. En la mensual de Bitcoin tenemos ese movimiento preparado para la caída con, ¿cómo se dice? Con básicamente tu volatilidad expandiendo desde abajo. Con esta caída, tienes el promedio del 5 ya por debajo del 9. Puta madre, esta tabla te dice debilidad en todos lados donde lo estés viendo. No me acuerdo por qué dijimos que el fondo iba a estar acá, como lo habíamos puesto en octubre del 2026, pero ahí está puesto mi objetivo de fondo. Y una vez más, si no recuerdo cómo llegué a esta conclusión, lo tengo en una clase. Esto es algo que platicamos en la clase. Creo que hicimos fractales. Vamos a ver cómo nos va con esto. Solamente lo voy a dejar ahí. Voy a intentar recordar para poder contarles a ustedes cómo la usé. O tal vez ya se los conté y se me está olvidando. Puede ser. Ok. Con eso dicho, estamos cayendo en Bitcoin. Voy a poner la trimestral y les quiero decir esto. Estamos cayendo más rápido de lo que yo esperaría. Y esto se los he dicho una y otra vez. Una y otra vez. Y se los digo otra vez porque cuando estás cayendo tan rápido, esto te va a jugar otro tipo de juego al que todo el mundo está esperando. Todos, incluyéndome a mí, y también mi objetivo acá, está esperando el fondo por ahí de octubre del 2026. ¿Ok? Octubre del 2026 parece ser que va a ser el fondo, pero todo el mundo lo está esperando ahí. Por eso tenemos que navegar esto un poco con sentimientos, un poco cambiando de velocidades con las manos, llevando este coche manual, sintiendo el camino para poder ver dónde nos va a dar las buenas oportunidades. En la trimestral, podemos ver para todos aquellos que están aprendiendo, esta es una tendencia alcista. ¿Cómo ves una tendencia alcista? Bastante fácil. Tienes altos, altos más 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 altos. Y tienes también bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, más altos, más altos. Pero puedes ver que esta tendencia alcista se ha roto a partir de acá, en la trimestral. Ya te llevaste toda esta zona de los 75,000 Y ahora tu siguiente zona a romper es la de los 59. Y quiero que vean esto. Si ustedes entienden cómo funciona Bitcoin y ven que esto en los 58,800 está más abajo que esta vela, ¿qué les dice eso? Y ahora, esto es parte de las cosas conspiranoicas que les enseño. Esto no es lo que te enseñan en TA. Lo que te digo es, si yo soy el CEO de Bitcoin, me deja dejarle a la gente esperanzas. Me gusta dejarle a la gente esperanzas de que crean que este es un bajo más alto. Porque aquella gente que solamente sabe análisis técnico y que no sabe cómo se comporta Bitcoin, va a meter longs cada que llegue a esta zona, pensando, güey, va a aguantar, va a aguantar, va a aguantar. Y lo que va a hacer es llevárselos limpios hasta los 45, que es donde está el promedio del 34. En el promedio del 34, para que lo sepan, fue donde fondeamos en el mercado del 2022. ¿Qué me dice eso? Esto me dice que podríamos encontrar nuestro suelo en los $45,000 que tienen como confluencia esta zona, que tiene todo el sentido del mundo, en mi opinión. Ahora, una vez más, les estoy diciendo que ese es el fondo, etcétera. No les estoy dando objetivos de nada. Les estoy diciendo, ahí es donde voy a estar viendo. ¿Ok? Estas son cosas donde voy a estar poniendo atención para poder tomar decisiones rápidas, porque ya hice toda la tarea antes. Ya cuando llegue aquí, voy a voltear a ver al lado, voy a ver qué están diciendo las personas, que los pacos, voy a ver qué está sintiendo todo el mundo en mis discords, voy a ver qué vergas está pasando, y ahí es donde voy a tomar la decisión ejecutiva. ¿Voy a comprar o no voy a comprar? Vamos a decidirlo en el momento. Pero por ahora estamos en una tendencia bajista que continúa llevándonos a mínimos. Además, si eres de aquellos que les gusta aprender teoría de vela, esta vela verde es una vela bajista y la vela de al lado, porque es una vela topera, la vela de al lado es una vela envolvente bajista y se confirma con cualquier cierre bajo $80,000 en el siguiente mes y 20 días. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Cerrando por debajo del promedio del 5, que lo hiciste en el ciclo del 2021 por acá, hiciste lo mismo y caíste hasta el 21 y luego el 34. Y estamos haciendo exactamente lo mismo. Este ha sido el ciclo más fácil de seguir en toda mi carrera criptográfica. Tal vez es porque ya llevo tanto tiempo acá y no me gusta caer en las mismas pendejadas, pero este ha sido bastante sencillo de entender. También tenemos volatilidad yendo al punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Y aquí les dijimos, aquí estaba el secreto para entender mínimos y para entender máximos. Cada que volatilidad contrae de máximos y es por debajo del promedio, encuentras tope. Lo ha hecho todas las veces en el ciclo y cada que vienes a la parte más baja, encuentras fondo. Octubre del 2023, en julio del 2020 con la pandemia, etcétera. Entonces, este indicador nos dijo todo eso. Regresando de vuelta a la tabla. Mensual, tienes literalmente el símbolo, la volatilidad en el punto más bajo en la tabla de toda la historia, expandiendo a la alza. Todavía no pasa el 15%, pero lo está haciendo ante este velazo rojo. Nunca, si se ponen a ver las velas mensuales de Bitcoin, nunca habías tenido tantas velas mensuales en rojo. Así que tenemos que poner mucha atención y manejar esto tranquilamente. Todavía, recuerden que hace como un año o 6 meses, Farhan sacó su Joule y nos enseñó que había una posibilidad de una señal de venta en su Joule, en la mensual o la trimestral, que era más grande que la que vimos cuando cayó FTX y todos ellos. Así que atentos, todavía lo que estamos viendo todavía no se da y todavía no juega. ¿Ok? Todavía no juega. Pero esta es una clara tendencia bajista con volatilidad a punto de expandir, lo que te da el punto del movimiento más fuerte que vayas a ver en toda tu historia. En la de 2 semanas ya tienes volatilidad expandiendo a la baja. Cualquier retesteo de la zona de los $68,000 sonaría buena para poder hacer un corto. Está difícil, pero ese es el promedio del 100 con volatilidad expandiendo y también cayendo. Semanal, estás abajo del promedio del 200, debajo de los 68,300, una vez más, otra zona ahí con el 100 de las de 2 semanas. Expansiones es tu zona de corto, el extremo son los 74 y no tiene cara que los va a dar, no nos ha dado ninguno de estos trades. 5 días. 5 días ya estamos por debajo del 200, el 5 por debajo del 200 y cualquier rebote a la zona de los 75 va a ser, o 70, ya se los había cantado la semana pasada, sería la oportunidad dorada para caer, para poder agarrar un corto, pero esta madre no tiene cara que nos lo quiera dar, ¿eh? Podríamos esperar a ver qué es lo que pasa acá, pero volatilidad continúa expandiendo también en la de 5 días. Lo mejor que podemos hacer es ver la diaria En la diaria habíamos llegado a volatilidad en extremo en la caída y ahora, una vez más, volatilidad parece estar por encima. No, el promedio está por encima de volatilidad, lo que estamos contrayendo, lo que había sugerido esto, y ahora deberíamos de continuar. Vamos a ver, 12 horas también cayendo, 4 horas, nada especial. Pues en la de 4 horas, bastante sencillo. Eh, Corto, te lo debió de haber dado acá, básicamente, en estas zonas de arriba. Ahora es demasiado tarde para él. Te vas a meter en long, güey, lo único que tienes que hacer es poner tu invalidación aquí abajo, pero yo no lo haría. Estás en una tendencia bajista con volatilidad apuntando para abajo. Yo me metería en corto si me llega a dar un rebote a la zona de los 70,000 hasta los $72,000, si es que me lo llega a dar. Si no, esta es tarde para jugarla, en mi opinión. Y estamos mal si llegas a llevarte los 72,200. Ahora, si te lo llevas por poquito, va a ser la jugada sucia de Bitcoin de tómala y vete a la verga, como la de la de los 98, 97. Pero todo indica que el extremo debería ocurrir acá. Me gustaría ver más consolidación alcista esta que hace que la gente se vuelva más alcista, pero tenemos cara de bajista. Acá podría ser un long rápido de descartar si es que le vas a poner muy poco dinero y descartarlo con este mínimo, pero riesgoso. Alex nos está llevando en corto, si es lo que vamos a continuar. Mr. Alex, what do you got next?
The peso.
Perfect.
Yes. Looking at Forex as a whole, it's very interesting to see where the peso's lined up. You do notice you are pressing the monthly SMA 200. It's a major zone for any Forex pair. But you will also note that was the last big bounce zone that the peso actually tapped before putting in a pretty impressive bounce. You see it was actually about a 30% move. Well, we're officially there now, and what you see is you actually haven't even tested the monthly SMA 200 quite yet. Very close to it though. And even last month in January, you got very close to it at the low of 17.097. So really, you should be gauging this at more as a bounce spot than anything else. Really, the peso's had a pretty easy move down since losing that 1850 zone. You do see the monthly has silver cross, and you have rejected the monthly line pretty nicely on this downtrend. But now you have hit the objective, which was the SMA 200. This is going to be now more likely to give you a bigger bounce in this region. You have seen actually the $17. It's actually accurately 17.116 zone actually give the peso pretty nice bounces. So it lined up with the monthly SMA 200 does make you more in the camp that this is going to actually go up. And you should be watching the dollar whenever you're trading, in my opinion, Forex. And you'll still notice that you are basing on the quarterly SMA 200 as well. Just another kind of perspective on why you should be looking for a bounce on the peso and perhaps a bounce even on the dollar than anything else. Going back here, you can see you are getting a nice quarterly close, but that's not closing until 1 month, 21 days. You have to be really watching this as just a quarterly throwback so far. Until you actually lose that 17.116 region, you still have to be gauging this as a more likely bounce zone. Look at last in this region back in 2016, had a pretty dramatic sell-off, didn't lose support, and then what followed was a pretty nice follow through to the upside. So that's why for me now, I want to be watching this as a breakout, and this is a nice throwback before, maybe a move up towards 1850. Let's keep going here. Excuse me. Now, pretty dramatic sell-off here on the weekly. Very weak. Really, once you got the weekly silver cross, you have just been rejecting that zone. Not even reaching the weekly 9. I mean, last time was November, and then what's been followed is the bi-weekly EMA 5 rejection. It has led you down to support. But really, what I gathered from this chart is you really should just be watching 1850 as your spot. That's a big zone. If you actually start getting back above 1850, you will actually potentially get back above that bi-weekly EMI 100, which then will actually give you a target to the SMA 200 right into 19.41. It's going to be very important to be watching this reclaim on the bi-weekly because you have seen pretty nice expansion phases off the bi-weekly SMA 200 once it is reclaimed. You can just see here, But still, if we're going to be talking about a bounce, we need to see it, in my opinion, sooner rather than later. You really got to see bulls actually take control here, because in the midst of this, going down, you do have a bi-weekly volatility setup that has just been guiding this essentially down. So, if you really are going to see bulls actually take control, you've got to start seeing the levels get reclaimed here, specifically on the bi-weekly chart. Because remember, we're talking about the monthly being in a big bounce zone, but the bi-weekly has to start providing some kind of relief that then ideally bleeds into this monthly closing in 16 days. Because, you just aren't really getting any kind of bounce quite yet. And that could actually come, maybe a little lower. This consolidation might actually take out January's low. But that's why I still want everyone to be watching the monthly SMA 200, because it really wasn't until you actually tapped it back in 2024 where you got the bottom. You even we're kind of in a nice consolidating area. Really just should lead to a spring zone. If you end up losing this monthly SMA 200, that'll be my first sign that this is going to go a lot lower, and my next objective will be right in the 15.64. That will be a pretty dramatic drop, and most likely that'll just mean bi-weekly volatility just keeps expanding us down. That's why this spot's crucial for bulls to hold going into March. You really don't want to see this monthly SMA 200 loss, and again, this will be the first time you've lost it, so you'll just be massively bearish on this chart. So you are kind of at the last stand for a bounce, but specifically what I mentioned with Dixie, where it's lined up on the quarterly, you still should be looking at a bounce, then just continuation down until you actually lose these levels on the monthly and let's say quarterly. Because even if you see here, the euro too, lined up right at resistance, already hit that 1.9 region. So you should be, you're actually in a very big spot on Forex overall, in my opinion. And the sentiment's been pretty bearish on the dollar. Got to really start looking for, this to just do what we know. And specifically with boomer stuff, Forex moves very slow, but it really does respect the moving averages. So, until you actually lose a monthly SMA 200, this is now in a long zone. This is not in a short zone. This is more likely to bounce. And you have to be really watching $17 is a big spot. And actually, perhaps I'll give ETA a long on peso here. Because even at minimum, if you're bearish, you'll get a monthly silver cross retest, and that could easily lead you up 5%. Before it's all said and done. You have seen some pretty nice moves on the peso before, simply just testing the silver cross. Here was your 7% to the monthly 9, your 21, right? Your EMA 21, the second spot on the silver cross, that was about 12%. So you can make some pretty nice mean reversion bounces, honestly. So we'll go to the daily now. Excuse me. So, in my opinion on this daily, you're just kind of hoping January's low holds. What I mentioned on the monthly, though, is you're really close to the SMA 200. So you kind of have to be looking at maybe this low is predatory, it gets ran, and then you get a deviation play to the upside. Really won't feel comfortable until you actually hit the SMA 200 on the monthly. So then when the daily starts looking like this, you've lost the daily 9, you've got a massive rejection off the 21. You do kind of have to be cautious here, but for me, really, it's all about just $17, holding about $17. So, you're consolidating off 17.11. Could absolutely go a little lower, but still more likely to give you a bigger bounce. For me, we're just still gauging 1850, even on the daily here. You can see that since losing the daily SMA 200, you've been on a pretty disastrous move down on the peso. Now, we have seen that's shifted all the way down at 1847. More bias and confluence on just that 1850 being a big spot to reclaim if you're bullish. Now, you'll go here to the daily and you'll be looking, environment's different because you're above the SMA 200 on the daily, but what I want to show is just the range here that we have. The range is pretty nice on the peso, and you are just pressing the extremity low after rejecting the extremity high. So very easily could just be in a range trade here. Potentially, right? It just plays into the idea this is just more in a bounce zone than not. 5-day, the hopium's that January low, but just be mindful, 17 lies that monthly SMA 200. We can go to the 6 month here, not really seeing anything other than just that deviation play on the higher time frames. Here's your retest. Everyone's very bearish. This would be a great spot to actually get a bounce. Anything here? No. Cool. So yeah, peso looks just gearing up for a move, in my opinion. At minimum, could test a monthly silver cross, and that sitting at 1820. And really, mind you haven't hit that monthly 9 since May. You've just been rejecting the 5. So this would be a really good opportunity to actually give a mean reversion. And at minimum, this could just, be a range. Something we've seen before on the peso, just range trading. But I really am not allowed to get bearish on this anymore until you actually lose $17. We can go to the dollar now, because remember, inverse correlation on euro versus Dixie, and then if the dollar goes up, peso will go up, which is bearish for the peso. You do notice that the monthly is in breakdown. It is giving you a setup to 93. But the issue is when you start going to the higher time frame, you are just at massive support, quarterly SMA 200. So until you actually lose this quarterly SMA 200, call it 9620, and this quarterly is closing in 1 month, 21 days, you still should be looking at this low to hold on the dollar and perhaps another move up. But really, once you lose this quarterly SMA 200, you really just won't have any kind of idea you won't have any thesis, essentially, any kind of idea of longing this anymore. It'll really start looking like $93 will be next for the dollar. And then perhaps you do get that deeper move down on the peso into $15. But still, I'm betting still for the last few months that the dollar is just kind of grinding out a bottom here. You'll talk about the low last bi-weekly, but I still have to be looking at just kind of consolidation in this region. Yes, we made a new low, but you popped right back within the range. So you kind of have to look at this as maybe a liquidity grab. And so if that is going to be the case, you don't want to really see this low get taken out. Call it January's low. Right? You even have that nice weekly, almost hammerhead here, but still got bought up nicely, right back within the range on the dollar. So now you're retesting it pretty aggressively, but still plays into, I just don't want to see this low on the dollar get taken out. So, still seeing things that are showing a bottom more than not. And even here, you even reclaimed the 6 month 21. So you're actually right back within the range. You want to be watching this very carefully. Dollar still giving you no indication it's going to move up or down. You're just kind of in between now the 100 and the 21. It's kind of actually terrible on the 6 month. So going back to the peso, excuse me, $17 remains the big spot. As long as you're trading above $17, you have to be looking at a major bounce from this point, maybe all the way up to that monthly 9, sitting at $18, maybe all the way up towards $18.50. For me, though, the so back spot is getting back above $18.50 on the peso. If you can actually do that, you're now back within this massive range, and you can potentially start talking about 20s and 22 again. I still am on the belief you'll see 22 peso, eventually, and I don't think that you're going to lose the monthly SMA 200. If you end up losing this spot, this will come as a surprise, but this still will provide you a pretty easy trade. Computer glitch out. This will still provide you a pretty easy trade if you end up losing 17 on the monthly. Until then, look for a bounce. Watch for your silver crosses on the higher time frame. And for me, 18.50 is a big spot on the euro, on the peso. Just be fully aware dollar's in a bounce zone, and euro is in a rejection zone, which will play in nicely with being in a major spot. Computer's kind of glitching, right? Monthly SMA 200 on euro is being tested. Just kind of plays into the idea that quarterly support on Dixie is being hit, monthly support on peso, all while monthly resistance on the euro. But the nice part about all these perspectives is you just simply start losing, let's say, that monthly SMA 200 on the peso. You have a pretty easy short. versus also just reclaiming like a monthly SMA 200 on the euro. You have a pretty easy trade. So you are lined up really nicely with Forex. It's just it's all about just waiting and patience. And remember, as long as you're still above 17 on the peso, you have to be looking for a bounce. So that bounce easily can come within the next few months, March, April, May.
All right. I have shared my screen. All right, wonderful. Now let's switch over to Circle. El Circle. I don't know how to say circle in Spanish. Circulo, I think. Circle Internet Group. All right. So now on the monthly, we are starting to get momentum starting to tick back up from 100% to the downside. We did get that move that we were looking for, which was a sweep of the opening lows at about $64. As of now, our low is $49.90, and we are bouncing from the 97.5% on the HPDR. Right now, we're back over the 61.8%. As long as we are closing below these opening lows of $64, it is more likely that this is going to have more downside pressure rather than bouncing to the upside. Once you start closing back over this opening low, then you're more likely to get a more extended bounce, and then it's more likely or more possible that you can get a reversal at that point. To get a reversal, you're going to have to close over about $91.20. But if you can get a close over $91.20, you're very likely going to visit somewhere in this $150 to possibly $200 on after that. The major lower high that you need to take out to go to new all-time highs is going to be this one here, which is around like $159.47. If you can take that out, then you're likely going to go to at least your current all-time highs, if not new all-time highs. Right now, we're watching this $64 area to see if you can get an extension on this bounce and go closer to somewhere around like $70-ish to $75. Volatility is now contracting as well, while momentum is starting to tick back up. And you're still in the bearish control zone, and you're still below the moving average. Weekly is now also starting to tick back up right from the edge of the critical zone, or the bearish control zone, with volatility now about to go into contraction, but it's still in expansion, still above the moving average. And the price has now made its way down to the bottom 38.2%. You did get a move on the last candle down to the 88.3%, and you closed below the 38.2%, but you opened within the 38.2% after it moved to the downside. So as long as you're holding this $55 area, $55.13 on a closing basis, it is more likely that you continue this bounce towards hitting somewhere around this median at about $63, $64. Once you close below $55.13, then you're likely going to come down and revisit these lows. Probably going to sweep this low actually and go to the 88.3%, somewhere around like $47, $46. Let's see if there's anything here. No. 5 days made its way into the bearish control zone, with price now starting to lose at 38.2%. This is what we're looking to happen on the weekly, because we did close below the 38.2% like on the weekly, just like we have on the 5 day here. And now the 5 days made its way below the 38.2%, and you got a bearish retest of 38.2%, kind of front ran the median by a little bit, and now you're once again back below the 38.2%. And if you close below $57.80, you're likely going to take this quick low out and go somewhere around this $47 area that we just saw. 2 days now starting to flip back up and getting back over the moving average, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility and contraction. And the 2-day jewels losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral in the bearish control zone, actually within the critical zone, flipping into neutral. And this goes along with price getting 2 bearish retests of this 38.2%, and now you're getting rejections both times. Not only are you rejecting 38.2%, but you're also rejecting the 5 EMA, which is your fastest moving average. It closes in 4 hours, and if it does close like this with the rejection of this 38.2%, this is likely going to get a move down to somewhere around minimum $51. But at that point, I think you're going to be breaking to 47, sweeping these lows. And that would be also another tap of the 88.3%, which you did bottom at last time. Daily is also flipped up currently with momentum getting to the neutral zone. Volatility is now at extreme lows approaching 0% at 7%, and you are playing out a God mode buy signal on the jewel. Now you are forming hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this high on momentum with price making a lower high, and that will confirm with any close below $58.30, which you are below as of this moment, and you close in 4 hours. Once that does confirm, you're going to get an easy target down to these lows somewhere around $49, and at that point, I do think you're going to sweep them. And 4 hours very close to flipping back down here from the highs. And 4 hour also has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence because you took out this high, this high, this high, this high, this high, this high, all of these highs, while price made steady lower highs every single time. So you have many, many, many drives of hidden bearish divergence here. And that will confirm with any close below $59.75. And that's going to give you a move minimum down to that same $51 area, but more likely you're going to go towards 47, somewhere around $46, $47. And that's going to be a sweep of these current lows. Now let's look at the RSI. Mm-hmm. 2 weeks in the critical zone. To exit the critical zone, you'd have to close over $66.32. Mm-hmm. Nothing. Zoom in here. You are forming a higher low on momentum with price making lower lows, giving you a possibility of bullish divergence here. But you will have to close over $62 to confirm that. And if you can get that bullish divergence, that's going to give you a target of the bearish control zone, which is at about 65.60, and the neutral zone is sitting at about $83, somewhere between $65 and $83. Local bottom here on the 2-day. Let's zoom in. There we go. If you were to continue on this bounce, you would target somewhere around the simple moving average. That sits at about $62. And then at that point, you'll be forming hidden bearish divergence. Daily's made a local top here. Targets the moving average, currently sitting at about 41.83. That would be closer to sweeping those lows at $46, $47. And 4 hours now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below, I believe this one here at $59.75, and then that gives you an easy target down to the simple moving average, which currently sits at about 43.50. It gives you a range between the bearish control zone and the simple moving average. So that would be somewhere between $50 and $43. And the critical zone is currently at, well, this is going to update if you even go there, but it's at $15. Probably doesn't go to $15. Next target on this bearish divergence would be about $49. And I believe that's a sweep of these lows. Let's look at momentum. Weekly momentum especially flipped down, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $58.79 with volatility now at the lowest point ever. 5 days also flipped down, rejecting the critical zone, getting out of the critical zone with volatility at the lowest point ever, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 59.51. 2 days currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $56.33, but you are very close to flipping back down. And once this does flip back down, you're likely going to get a sweep of your current lows. and that will be a rejection of getting out of the critical zone as well. You are making a higher low here on momentum though, with price making a lower low, giving you a possibility of bullish divergence. Actually, no, I think that bullish divergence is now confirmed because you have put this back up. You've hit the easy target though, which is this 9 EMA. If you were to get continuation, you'd need to see a close over about $60.88, and then you can tap somewhere around $70. And daily is also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up with volatility contracting as long as you're closing over $52.50. And you're forming hidden bearish divergence here, which will confirm with momentum flipping down. 4 hours also very close to flipping back down. 4 hours also forming hidden bearish divergence by taking out this high and this high on momentum, with price making a lower high each time, giving you multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence here, and this will confirm with flipping momentum down with any close below $53.64. It's easier to confirm it on the RSI because on the RSI you only have to close below $59.75. But kind of like given at this point that this is going to be confirmed. Confirmation is kind of formality, and once this confirms, this will also be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and then you're going to get a target of the bearish control zone, and that'll be a sweep of your current lows to somewhere around $46, maybe $45. So if you switch to the high time frames, it looks like complete shit, looks terrible, but you're finally getting the sweep of your opening lows, which is what I was looking for to possibly see a reversal. I was thinking that it was going to be unlikely to see a reversal without sweeping these lows. We were previously seeing a bounce from an ever so slightly higher low, and whenever you see these things, it likely turns into a trap for all the people who think they got the higher low, and then smashes right through that current low, and then you can get your reversal. But don't really see signs of the reversal yet. Momentum is currently still flipped to the downside, and especially to the downside on the higher time frames that we do have in a data for, which is like a weekly. And if you do see a flip or a slight attempt at a bounce here, it wouldn't really get much beyond $62. Very unlikely you even get that bounce, but there's still a possibility for a bounce for $62. If you get it, it would be an opportunity to short it, and you're likely to go down towards currently you're with 4 hour hidden bearish divergence target that you're currently about to put in. That will take you a sweep of these current lows into somewhere around $45 to $46, and then depending on the reaction there, if we can confirm some regular bullish divergence, which we are currently forming on the 3-day, and once that does confirm, then it's more likely that you can finally see that reversal. But the first step into seeing the reversals, you need to see a close back over this opening low, which is at about $64. And that is going to be flipped into resistance because this was pretty significant support before. If you see up here, we got a pretty nice bounce, and that support is now resistance, and it gave you a 40% bounce. Wow, nice. So if it's something that gives you a 40% bounce, probably going to be pretty significant resistance. Probably going to reject the first time around that you tap it. But once you do get back over it, then you can start using that area as support, and basing off of that towards the next resistance, which is the 21, right around $90-ish, just below $100. But once again, you need to get first beyond the close over the $64, and I would want to see it on at least on a weekly basis, and then you can start to entertain the ideas of a reversal.
So what you're saying is that it already reversed?
Yes, and go long.
Basically. Okay. Thank you. What's next? Let me see. We got Circle, we got the Peso, and then we're doing, get ready for this one, QNCX.
QNCX. What is that?
The fuck do I know? And the next one would be
Quince
XRP.
Therapeutics.
Probably we're gonna have to save XRP for Mr. Garlic Bread and SQSX or whatever the fuck it was. One more time. QNCX. Q N as in no. I was gonna say something else horrible. C as in cunt and X as in that sound.
You're going to say people that nag you, right?
Naggers, of course, naggers. How come I didn't think about that? I hate naggers, motherfuckers always nagging at me. Hate them.
Yeah, who doesn't hate naggers?
Exactly.
One hell of a weekly candle on QNCX, though.
I'll check it out in a second. I haven't even seen it.
It's up 678% on the weekly.
Oh my God. The fuck is that? Good for them. Good for
I really
them.
hope this guy bought it down towards the lower end and not towards where we are now.
Yeah, no shit. Ok, let us start with this. Voy a empezar con Circle y ahorita me voy al peso mexicano en putiza. Uno, en Circle estamos en una clara tendencia bajista. Esta es una acción que acaba de salir relativamente hace poco. Salió el junio del 2025, por lo que estamos viendo un gráfico semanal y es todo lo que tenemos en esto, ¿ok? Podemos olvidarnos de todos nuestros objetivos a la alza. En cuanto salió esto, les dije, no en cuanto salió, cuando se nos ocurrió la oportunidad de invertir en ello por acá, les dije que esto iba a venir a ser un nuevo mínimo. Dicho y hecho, hemos hecho un nuevo mínimo. Ahora, ¿esto va a ser el final de todo lo que estamos viendo? No. Personalmente no lo creo, mis estimados. Esto tiene cara de que el setup de volatilidad que se está preparando por acá del punto más bajo de la tabla va a ir para abajo. Ahora, acabas de perder tu soporte en los $65, llamémoslo aquí. Vienes para abajo, tocaste los 50 y estamos en $56 en este momento. Para básicamente ponerlo bastante simple, si no podemos reventar aquí arriba y cerrar por encima, vas a continuar a tal vez solamente retestear. Si es que esto ya no cuenta como vamos para abajo, tu mejor probabilidad sería que retestees los 65, te rechace y continúes para abajo. Puedes hacer lo que quieras con esa información para el movimiento. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando nosotros y por qué tenemos estos objetivos? Uno, bastante fácil de entender. Pueden ver que tenemos una resistencia bastante potente y se está volviendo más débil. Tocamos doble, no hemos vuelto a tocar esta línea por acá. Y básicamente tendrías una semana para que se vaya 83. Dime qué va a pasar en cripto para que esto explote en una semana. Nada. Y yo tengo objetivos aquí a la baja. ¿Por qué? Porque estos objetivos están relacionados con Coinbase. Ahora, esto es pura especulación, cabrones. Y esto es lo que tienen que entender conmigo. Cuando volteé a ver Coinbase, voy a ponerlo en la mensual porque Coinbase ya tiene muchos más datos, ¿no? Y para mí, en Circle, no sé si estamos acá o no sé si estamos acá, pero definitivamente no estamos acá, ¿ok? Es el fondo, obviamente, del 2022. Voy a regresar a Coinbase en putiza para que lo vean en la mensual. Y lo que les estoy diciendo y enseñando en los niveles de Circle. ¿Por qué tengo esos niveles? Vean esto. Coinbase del tope acá, al fondo, 92%. A la media del fondo, 81. 81 y 92%. ¿Ok? Segundito. Ahí está. Y voy a usar el imán para ser preciso. Ah, no, ese no es el imán. Y esto. A donde estamos, aquí a la parte baja, el 51, $52, estás 82% abajo. Por eso compré ahí. A la línea morada, 88. Y a la línea amarilla, el 92, el mismo que Coinbase. Y la línea amarilla está en ¿dónde? En los $22. ¿Ok? Estamos prometidos que esto vaya a bajar tal cual como lo hizo Coinbase en el primer ciclo. Nel. Por eso tenemos 4 entradas. 52, 45, 33 y 21. Y como nos vayamos a ir acercando, vamos a ir monitoreando la situación. Entramos en 52 ahorita. 52 a 45 es un 11% para abajo. Al 33 es un 35. Aquí voy a analizar cómo operar esto. Pero todavía estoy lejos del rebote que estoy buscando. Entonces, si los llevo a la diaria, van a poder ver esto más fresco todavía. Setup de volatilidad a la alza que está contrayendo en este momento y esta contracción está dando un pompazo a la alza. ¿Qué nos quiere decir eso? Perdón, que estamos corrigiendo. Y esta es una corrección, no un movimiento natural. Eso quiere decir, no un movimiento que va a tener continuación. Eso quiere decir que al estar rechazando acá, además de que en la diaria, y vean esto, en cada vela topera nos ha tirado. Vela topera, tirado. Nuestro siguiente nivel deberían ser los 45, $44. Y ahí es donde voy a estar esperando el precio de Circle. Una vez más, ¿por qué estamos en Circle? ¿Por qué estoy invirtiendo en Circle? Porque si hubieras invertido en los .com, en Oracle, en Google, en Yahoo, hubieras hecho una fortuna. Si en el 2008 hubieras invertido en Meta, en Microsoft, en todas las empresas de Web 2 grandes, hubieras roto. Si cuando hubo el boom de los coches eléctricos hubieras invertido en Tesla o las chinas, hubieras roto. Si cuando fue el boom de las tarjetas de crédito en los 70s, 80s, hubieras invertido en Amex, Visa y todo, hubieras roto. Aquí es simplemente el nuevo sistema monetario, y el nuevo sistema monetario, a mi gusto, va a ocurrir a través de Coinbase, con Circle y también en Solana. Y ahora a través de Circle es Ethereum, ¿ok? Tenemos acá más el proxy, esto es nuestro proxy a la cadena. Lo inteligente y lo que me mama de lo que hizo Coinbase es, no puedes invertir en su cadena en su L2, no es como Matic, no, o Polygon, como le quieras decir. Aquí tienes que comprar la acción. Y esta madre va a tener más volumen que mi nepe cuando empiecen a ver los inflows de los bonos. ¿Por qué? Porque cualquier banco tiene el triple de assets que tienen que tokenizar que el market cap total de Bitcoin. Digo, de cripto entero, con Bitcoin y todo. Entonces, para mí, esto encontró tope. Ahora vamos a hacer, el tope lo encontramos acá en los 62 y ahora vamos a ir a buscar el bajo. El bajo aquí nos lo puede dar donde estamos tal cual. Puta, en la de 4 horas ya no. Tal vez. Si no aguantas los 56.64 para el cierre de hoy en 4 horas, vas a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Y una vez más, para todos los que compraron en 52, ¿no? Como yo, que es bastante bajo, honestamente, en donde compramos acá, les digo de corazón, vamos a estar en rojo este año, cabrones. Es la única forma en invertir en un mercado bajista. Tranquilo. Estás invirtiendo dinero que no te importa, que vas a tener por años aquí. Tranquilo, ¿ok? Porque cuando el pompazo de vuelta, y ahora esto es lo que tenemos que ver, ¿no? Para calentar la cosa un poco. Digamos que esta chingadera viene a los 33 y regresa a all-time highs, es un 8X en tu lana. Y una vez más, esta madre va a tener más volumen de transacciones que cualquier otra cadena que ha existido en la historia hasta ahora. Solamente para que lo tengan presente. Simplemente ya los números son locos. Es paciencia. Es paciencia. Esto va a durar un año en rojo y de ahí un año en se mueve pero un poquito y de ahí un año a que veas literalmente tu cuenta de banco explotar. Es como estoy viendo esto. A menos de que algo cambie, les aviso. Voy a ir en putiza al peso dólar, que es una de mis favoritas, por supuesto. Pero por supuesto, tío, vamos a dar el peso con el dólar. ¿Qué quieres que te diga? ¡Hombre! ¡Hombre! El peso dólar. Espero que nadie esté viendo esto. Vamos a la trimestral en el peso dólar. Esto es lo que les he estado diciendo por un rato. El peso dólar ha estado en una tendencia alcista desde el 95, donde el dólar costaba, me acuerdo, yo estaba chiquitito acá, me acuerdo cuando el dólar costaba por $1, te daban 3 pesos, o $3 te compraban un peso. Esta fue mi primera memoria de cuánto cuesta un peso y dólares, para que vean lo viejo que estoy. Y desde entonces, el dólar contra el peso ha estado subiendo. En este momento, estamos aquí, aquí o aquí. Tú ponle nombre, ¿no? ¿Qué situación te gusta más en esta tabla, ¿no? Para mí, en donde estamos, literalmente, la mensual me cuenta todo, pero en realidad temporalidades todavía más altas son mejores. Tenemos el promedio del 200 acá, nunca lo has roto, lo veniste a tocar, no lo hemos tocado en este momento. Lo tocamos en 16.90. Me gustaría haberlo tocado. Eso oficialmente nos diría, listo, hemos llegado a donde tenemos que llegar. ¿Y por qué digo eso? Aquí tenemos nuestro promedio del 34. Nuestro promedio del 34 se encuentra justamente acá en los 17.5. Estamos por debajo. Esta vela todavía le falta 1 mes y 20 días para cerrar. Esto que está haciendo en este momento esta vela es para darte la idea de que vienes a los $15. ¿Ok? Y esta es la jugada básicamente de Bitcoin. La del dólar, ¿no? Que también se va a caer. Estás en un fondo. Estás haciendo un bajo más alto hasta ahorita. En tu mensual, el S&P 200 lo estás aguantando. En la de 6 meses, el 34 lo tienes en 16.8. Lo has tocado una vez en toda su historia y eso fue en el 2024. Puede que lo toques una vez más, puede, pero esto tiene cara que ya va a dar la reversa. Y una vez más, esto, si yo estuviera solamente viendo la tabla, les digo de corazón, entiendo el por qué todos piensan lo que piensan. Alto, alto más alto, alto más bajo. Hombro, cabeza, hombro, a la baja. ¿Ok? Bien. Y tú te imaginarías, ¿no? Que esta madre va a ser bajista. La otra cosa es, estás por debajo de esto. Y no sé cuántos de ustedes se acuerden o cuántos de ustedes estaban. Yo había hecho un gráfico de Bitcoin, donde Bitcoin estaba, cuando estaba en los mínimos, estaba haciendo esto. Y yo le dije a la gente, vean este gráfico de Bitcoin, Bitcoin va a caer. Si ahorita Alejandro se viera en el pasado, me daría un zape en la cabeza y le diría, a ver, pendejo, ¿va a caer? Sobre todo, sobre todo simplemente, una vez más, olvidémonos de especulaciones y pongámosle tiempo a esto. En enero del 2027, Estados Unidos empieza QE. Por primera vez en la historia de Estados Unidos, el QE que comienza es a través de terceros, ¿ok? Este QE que va a empezar en enero va a hacer también que todo el mundo compre el dólar, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Porque ya le quitaron el dólar a todo el mundo. Tenemos una escasez de dólares en el tiempo donde el dólar se está vendiendo, está moviéndose en la mayor cantidad. Es básicamente, cuando ves el hash de Bitcoin aquí arriba y el precio está aquí abajo, eventualmente el precio va a ir arriba donde está, ¿no? Cuando ves mucha actividad en una cadena, como en Solana, esto pasó en el 2020-21, Solana estaba en $20, estaba aquí el precio y la actividad de Solana estaba aquí arriba. Y eventualmente Solana llegó a 260. El dólar está en precio aquí abajo y en actividad aquí arriba. Si son tan buenos siguiendo la liquidez de la Reserva Federal y todas las pendejadas que les dicen en X, pueden entender a dónde va esto. No nada más vas a entrar con la mayor cantidad de liquidez, pero va a ser el dólar la cadena que más se mueve, de lo que más se mueve on-chain, y va a ser la base de todo. Entonces, para mí, no existe un plano donde México, financieramente hablando, sin empresas de AI y sin empresas gigantescas como Estados Unidos, pueda competir con Estados Unidos. Por ende, cuando estás viendo un gráfico de estos, lo único que está haciendo es jugándote esto. Mínimo, mínimo más bajo, alto más bajo, y te está vendiendo la idea. Cuando volteo y veo el sentimiento de todos de que el dólar va para abajo y el peso va para arriba, aunque es una tremenda estupidez pensarlo, pues ¿qué creen que va a pasar? Esta es la oportunidad de oro para comprar dólares. Lo he hecho desde, ¿qué eran? 18. Acabé en los 18 planos, creo, 17, sí, 18. Yo he comprado aquí arriba y me da igual. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando esté aquí, ahí verás. Y eso va a pasar no solo contra el peso, contra todas las monedas. Y ahora, una vez más, volteé a ver el euro. El euro tiene cara que está rompiendo. ¿Cuándo salvajemente reviertes un movimiento? Cuando tienes un SFP. Aquí está. Una vez más, Europa, ¿qué tiene de crecimiento? Si no te gustó el ejemplo del peso, no porque eres mexicano y te duelen los huevos y crees que estoy insultándote por alguna razón, ¿qué me dices de Europa? ¿Qué me dices de Japón? ¿No? Mientras más sube esto, más fuerte está el dólar en contra de la moneda de Japón. Bono a 10 años, no se está moviendo, se queda en la media. 30 años, no se está moviendo, se queda en la media. Es bastante sencillo. Bastante sencillo. Y el dólar, tienes que voltear a ver el dólar. Una vez más, esta es mi tabla. El dólar va a ser el cisne negro de este ciclo. Tienes que voltear a ver el dólar acá y ver dónde está parado. El índice del dólar que ha estado en tendencia alcista desde el 2008, que encontró su fondo, está aguantando el 34 en la de 6 meses y el 55. Eso fue lo que lo llevó al mercado bajista del 2003. Y una vez que lo retomó en el 2014, lo retesteamos, reventamos. Estamos retesteándolo una vez más. Este es el último retesteo. Y este retesteo te debería de dar, porque aparte es un SFP, la reversa. A la alza. Y ahí lo tienen. Alrighty, Alex, we're ready for, or what you doing? I'm going to bring back in Farin, just so you know.
Perfect. QNCX.
QNCX.
Yeah, what a chart. It's therapeutics.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what a beautiful chart this is. So let's take it from the monthly and we'll just go down. So, yeah, this is officially at a new low. You're now in price discovery to the downside. You're getting a pretty nice mean reversion bounce so far this month. I mean, what is this? 63% on the month, so not bad. That was after finding some kind of low at 16 cents, now trading at 85 cents. Are we so back? So this is actually reaching a pretty big area of resistance, which is unfortunate because really when you get a chart that sells down this aggressive, of course you're going to get a bounce, mean reversion bounce. Often these bounces put in bearish structure. Now we've been below this $1.17 region before, but right, we busted up and actually reclaimed it. Not here, actually, so we'll keep note of this. But like here, we busted up, reclaimed it, here and here. So what you notice is if you can actually start rejecting anywhere in this 117, so $1.17 to $1.44, this will be resistance and you will have a move back down to lows. Now you have freshly lost your moving averages on the month. You got back above the 21. That was a big sign. Reached 455. You were looking for some kind of throwback here as a bull. You didn't get it. And so now you're really gearing and watching specifically the monthly 5 and the 9. I think the monthly 5 will be your friend though, considering how weak this is. And that's lined up really nicely with 149, 144 resistance. It's lined up very nicely with our resistance zone. You look at bi-weekly here. Also, you freshly lost a bi-weekly 9. And you even are getting the 9 crossing below the 21 in the coming closing. So something to be watching very carefully. Yes, you're getting a bounce, but this is still very weak and playing right in the bear's hands. And that's better shown on the weekly, which is, you got back above the weekly SMA 200. Honestly, in a very long time, it hasn't done that. Look at this. It got lost in 2021. Stayed below it, never got a retest, finally rallied up to it, got a reclaim. But now you're right back below it. So you have to be really watching this 140 region very carefully because what I've shown is right in that 140 region, you have that weekly weekly EMA 5, weekly SMA 200, monthly 5. Also, you just have the nice mean line range here. And so that's why even if you're going up, this still can go up a little more, but I would be very cautious of any move back to around 117 to 140 to actually reject. Now that is a pretty big range, but with something that sold off, 94% in 1 week, you should be looking for something dramatic, maybe to the opposite end, like a massive mean reversion bounce to the weekly SMA 200, which then ends up rejecting massively, leading to lower lows. Possibly it is even getting delisted. There's only so low this can go before that actually does occur. Cool. Daily 21 gives you that target to the 140s region. So even the daily is telling you hold the daily 9, you'll reach 140s. Pretty insane bounce so far because again, we just measure this move. It's about 900%. Kind of hard to get the exact wick low. Try to do that. So I think it's actually in the thousands. Yeah, 1,089. Wow. Um, Pretty epic stuff actually in 3 days. 1,000% move. But still, I mean, you're above the daily 9, so that still gives you the 140 confluence move. But again, are we massively getting bullish once we hit 140? No, you should be really looking at that to reject. And that's just shown here on the weekly. So for me, this chart's really honestly kind of dead. You're not really supposed to get excited about any kind of move until you're back above, I'd say 150s. 150s puts it back within a range, which you can easily go up to 230s. But if you're back under 140s and also getting a rally now, understand this rally most likely turns into a bearish retest, lower high. You even are brewing a weekly silver cross to the downside, which can just play into if this weekly 9 starts moving down towards 140 to be watching that zone more carefully. Now, bi-monthly is about to get a breakdown in 16 days, and this will just play into most likely you want to be watching these regions very carefully. So again, you lose this zone, which is that 117. You end up moving back down to the low 80 cents. And here you even made that low at 56 cents. So, impressive rally so far, but this chart doesn't look the best to me. It looks extremely weak. And yes, you're getting a bounce, but that bounce is probably most likely going to turn into the next major lower high. And also retest what was support, flipped into resistance right at 140s. So I would be using that if you were in some longs or you're holding this to get out of this most likely. And rather look for shorts here because you even see the weeklies gearing up for a silver cross to the downside. So it doesn't really matter if it's bounced 1,000%. It's all about, does it change anything? And as long as you're under the monthly 5 and 9, it changes literally nothing. So this is now in a major short. And you should be looking for 140s to maybe give you a rejection here. And then, yeah, it's obviously not going to go negative. So let's see, do we have any other kind of levels? Possibly go to 6 cents, 7 cents. Oh, wow. And look at that, 97.5% at 140s, basically. Look at that bi-weekly bearish retest at 123, kind of near that 117 zone. Oh, wow. Yeah, bi-monthly is just getting that fresh breakdown. Now, again, you reach the extreme zone of this, but still could come down a little bit more. You can have a target down, to 6 cents. Just per the HPR, 6.062. So I'd be very cautious of this. I mean, lower lows will give you a lower high. Could come in the form of into next bi-monthly, you do this, rally up, and then reject, but then that would mean this low is not safe. So very hard to be a bull here if you're trying to long. And I have no idea what occurred last week to give it a 94% pullback. Let's check that on the day. So on a day, it went down 91%. Check that on the 4 hour. And 1 4 hour candle. So maybe 1 hourly, this thing just died. Okay, so we'll go 2 hour. Yeah. Terrible. I don't know what occurred here to nuke this, but yeah, not a good thing here. So bounce is expected. This bounce means nothing under 140. Look for that to be a massive short zone. And understand that if you're trying to long this, you have no idea, no thesis. There's really nothing to be bullish on this chart as long as you're under this daily monthly EMA 5 and 9 at 150, 144, and 160. So kind of an area here, even if this bounces even a little bit more, 72%, it still won't change literally anything. And you also know, really, last time you lost the monthly 5, it just led to more downside chop price action. So pretty disgusting chart overall, and made a new low. So there's all you need to know about that. This is strong or not.
Here, X or P. XRP.
You got the PP.
Just whip out the PP.
Very interested to see how XRP is, because last time I checked, was not looking the best.
Let's see if this will load. Let's start with the quarterly. Next RPP. Right. We are breaking back into that 38.2%, and we are getting a rejection of the top 38.2%. We actually went all the way up to the 61.8% and got a nice rejection, got back below the 5, got back below the 9, and as of this moment, with the loss of that 38.2%, your next area of support would be the median, and that sits just below $1 at around 86 cents. And we are doing the classic XRP move where it pumps up massively and then it retraces the entire thing, and then it just goes back to where it originally started from. No real changes. And we have quarterly momentum flipping to the downside now, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility now going into contraction, and the jewel starting to lose its upwards curvature. Very likely this is going to flip into neutral on this next open. Let's see if there's anything else here. It's a higher high, so there's no bearish divergence. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility at very extremes to the downside. Can go a little bit lower from this area with with the momentum pretty extreme to the downside, and volatility is also pretty extreme to the upside, but it can get one more spike before it gets topped out. And you're close to getting a bearish cross here with the pink about to drop the yellow. As long as you're below the 78.6%, this is likely just going to get continuation to the downside. There's somewhere around like 90 cents for your next bounce. And once you lose 90 cents, your next level is in the 60s. 2 week is also to the downside on momentum. 2 weeks putting in hidden bearish divergence, which the easy target has been met now, which is that 100 EMA. And you get volatility expansion with the downside momentum. Same idea as before, close below the 78.6%, and which lines up with the 100. Likely going to retest that and then drop into the 80 cents zone, with maybe a little bounce at $1. Weekly, it's also positioned to the downside. Weekly also has hidden bearish divergence. Weekly has a fresh silver cross to the downside as well, just like Bitcoin. And you are getting a continuation down after you lost 38.2%. You get a nice retest and then dump ski down to this weekly 200. Bitcoin is yet to tap that or reach the weekly 200, whereas XRP basically hit it. It kind of front ran it ever so slightly, but basically hit it. And you're getting same jewel actually on Bitcoin as well. I mean, XRP has Bitcoin, where you're rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone and flipping back into a sell. In this area, you're likely going to tap that 200 at around 111, 110. 5 days also flipped to the downside, also has hidden bearish divergence, also getting quite extreme to the downside and approaching the 5-day 200 SMA. 2 days also flipped down, getting quite extreme to the downside, with volatility also pretty extreme to the upside. And 2 days now losing the sell signal on the jewel and flipping into a neutral. And in the background, you do have a bearish cross with the pink below the yellow, but this is happening in the bearish control zone, so it wouldn't be as powerful as if it was happening up higher. And you're getting a rejection from your 88.3%, shows some weakness. And from this area here, you're likely going to come back down and revisit somewhere at around 130 at least. Probably going to break down at that point. Daily is currently flipped up, getting approaching the edge of the bearish control zone with bearish retest of your 38.2%. And as of now, you are getting a rejection from that area. You are getting you do have a God mode bicycle on the jewel with the about to get a pink over yellow cross, but not looking the best right now. With that rejection of the 38.2%, if you close below the 61.8, takes you to that 130 zone, and you start to lose 130, probably gonna go below $1. Next tap of the 97.5%, where we did bottom at last time, takes you just around $1. Four hours also flipped up currently, getting also approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility going into contraction. And 4 hours about to give you a bearish cross with the pink about to cross below the yellow, and you are approaching 38.2% now. Somewhere around that 5 EMA to the 9, which is 38.2%, is likely going to be a rejection somewhere around $1.37 to like $1.38-ish cents high probability you're going to reject that. If you wanted to take this short, you could short the zone around 137 to 138, put your stop loss at like at 142, and then write it for somewhere around this area first, 130s, and then somewhere around $1, and then about 86, 85 cents. Not bad, pretty good. What's your risk on this? Let me see. Oops. $2.6%, not bad for a shitcoin. You could highly lever that thing. And your target one is 130. About 5 to 6%, so that is 2 to 1 right there. If you were to take it towards $1, wow, almost 30%, 27%, not bad. One more lower. And 2 hours also flipped up, also approaching the edge of the bearish control zone with volatility now going into contraction, and also approaching the 38.2% in that same 138, 140 area. All right, now let's look at the Bitcoin pairing. What is this? 2017. I think this was on the lawsuit when the SEC sued them.
What, the dump?
Yeah. 226,000% if you were to bought that bottom. Not bad. So $1 is $226,000. Was that not how it works? I'm not sure. I don't think it's like that. I think it's a 2000x, something like that. I don't know. I don't know how the math works, but it's a lot of money. That's easy. Quarterly is still flipped up on the Bitcoin pairing with volatility currently expanding. Kind of looks like it's topped though, as long as you're below many zeros, 3070. If you want to be more conservative, you could use many zeros 3419. And as long as you are below that area, it is likely going to have more downside pressure, especially since it's rejecting the 61.8% all the way through. And as long as you're below that 61.8%, probably going to tap the 38.2% again, which would be filling out this wick. And that'd take you around many zeros 887, 85, somewhere around that area. Monthly is flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone, making its way into the negative territory now, very close, approaching the bearish control zone with volatility currently contracting. And we got a fresh sell signal on the jewel with the rejection of the bullish control zone. Plus, we opened below the median, and as of now, we are rejecting the median, making it more likely you're going to come down to this bottom 38.2% and then eventually fill out this wick. Weekly is currently freshly flipped up, getting back over the moving average with volatility approaching 0%, and you get a fresh sell signal on the jewel. But you did get a weekly close below the median, a 2-week close below the median, and you are rejecting it as of now, making it likely you're going to come down to this 38.2% at a minimum. Weekly is currently flipped up. Also, weekly just on the verge of getting a silver cross down, and makes sense to see momentum flipped up with the volatility with the silver cross about to confirm, because then you get your move into the 9, right around mini zeros 2, and then you should see a nice little dumping action from there, which probably fills out this wick. More. Daily is also flipped up, gives you short-term bounce from this zone with volatility expanding, and daily is zooming on the jewel, giving you a buy signal, and very close to giving you a pink over yellow. It's ever so slightly below that yellow. That likely gives you one more to run up into this 38.2%, around that mini zeros 2, mini zeros 2, which gives you a retest of that silver cross to the downside on the weekly, and then you get some nice dumping action. Same idea on the 4-hour. Flipped up on momentum. Now it's entering into the bullish control zone, getting over your 38.2%, about to get a breakout into that mini zeros 2-1 zone. The other side. I mean, the local top on the quarterly. Leave at the easy target though, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. The neutral zone currently sits at, yikes, 47 cents. Monthly, about a tap of bearish control zone at 83 cents. Lines up with that 80-ish cent zone. Zoom in. Nothing there. 5 days got hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below $2.34, and your next target is the critical zone, which is at 49 cents. That will probably update several times. Two days currently forming some bullish divergence here. Actually, no, never mind. That is a higher low on price as well as a higher low on momentum. Nothing. And hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 145. Next target is bearish control zone at 134, and then the critical zone's at 115. Next, again, momentum. Quarterly is very close to flipping back down, and it will flip back down if you close below $2.05. And it flipping back down here would be a rejection of the bullish control zone. And making a higher high and higher high in price, so there's no divergence there. Monthly is currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it is a rejection of the bullish control zone, and it is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $3. 2-week is also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 159 with a derp of death. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility expanding as long as you're closing below 156 with a silver cross down. 5 is flipped down with volatility expanding, going to remain down as long as you're closing below 141. 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 119. And volatility is very close to being topped out. We're approaching the edge of the critical zone, or the bearish, the critical zone. And daily is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up with volatility contracting from extremes as long as you're closing over 134. And they're kind of looking like this is about to flip back down. And 4 hours currently flipped down, but it will flip back up if you can close over 137. And also 2 hours flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 134. So somewhere around that 140-ish to possibly 145 region, I do think is where you're going to likely reject, and then probably going to sweep these current lows of around 130 and approach them around 130 flat for a little bounce, then somewhere closer to $1 for a little bounce, and then eventually around 80 cents. Probably going to go below 80 cents too, to be honest. And so on the high time frames, XRP is now shifting pretty heavily to the bearish side as well. Quarterly is very close to flipping back down, and every single time the quarterly has flipped down, you've had some pretty severe downside action. Basically bear markets, just like Bitcoin, every time the quarterly has flipped down. And you are getting very heavily now below your 90 EMA, which 90 EMA has been the spot for holding on the high time frames to tell you if you're in a bull market or not. And very much below that area, and if you were to get a bearish retest of that area, that would take you up to somewhere around $1.62, $1.63. But I would be looking for that to happen on the next quarterly candle, not on this one, and that likely is after you get a sweep of these current lows. And based on the low time frames, which are flipping back down now, The very, very low ones are flipped up, so you're likely going to see a little bit of a move up to tap somewhere around 140 to 145, but that's likely going to reject, and then the medium-term time frames which are flipped down likely bring you closer to that $1 and then that 80-cent target. And I'm thinking you're going to see the larger bounce somewhere around $1 to 80 cents. And then from that bounce likely to fail, and that one's which likely gives you a retest of that weekly silver cross, and then likely that brings you back below $1, and then eventually somewhere around your next bearish RSI target is somewhere around 49 cents, which would technically be an ever so slightly higher low off the last higher low, somewhere around 50 cents, and that is what XRP kind of does, ever so slightly higher lows in every cycle, and then sometimes it doesn't do anything, it doesn't make any higher high, and then sometimes it makes a slightly higher high, like it did this time around. I mean, ever so slightly tick over the previous all-time highs. And the invalidation will be getting a weekly close back over $2.42. If you can do that, then you're probably going to go to all-time highs and nice new all-time highs. Probably unlikely, though.
Mucho bueno. Thank you, senor. We have Oracle and Tesla next. Oracle and Tesla, so you guys pick.
I'm do whichever one.
Yeah. Perdón, mi estimado, que mandé Circle en vez de Oracle. Qué pendejo soy. Buenos días, Guille, me preguntas. Solamente quiero ir rápido por los comentarios acá del Lead Trading Academy que están poniendo en el chat privado. Rapidísimo. Guille dice, hola Salo, no sé qué vas a decir, pero ¿cuál es tu análisis en respecto a lo que hace Coinbase y que todos le ponen en contra? Básicamente Coinbase se pone en contra de los bancos y los bancos le pegan como que es el único que no quiere clarity, bla, bla, bla. Es solamente teatro coordinado, tíos. Recuerda, tienen que crear, antes de que algo suba como loco, y vean lo que hizo XRP, ¿no? Acabamos de analizar eso y ahorita les voy a enseñar la tabla. Cada que algo sube como loco, que va a subir como loco, lo tienes que fodear hasta el final. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes que hacer que todo el mundo se espante para salirse, para tú quedarte con las subidas. Imagínate que eres el dueño del dinero global, el que mueve el mercado. Y ahora y una vez más, obviamente esto va de acuerdo a lo que yo también pienso en Coinbase, pero el ver eso a mí me emociona, porque eso quiere decir que definitivamente quieren espantar a todo el mundo fuera de Coinbase porque va a subir como su putísima madre. Y si Coinbase llega a hacer eso, que es lo que pienso, es probablemente por eso que estás viendo esto. Literalmente Coinbase es el nuevo Swift en Estados Unidos y del mundo. Nada más todavía no lo comprenden muchos. Ya lo verán. Poco a poco es la base del nuevo sistema financiero y ahora no funciona tal cual uno a uno como el Swift. No podemos ponerle así. Pero ellos son la infraestructura para el nuevo mundo cripto de Estados Unidos, para que lo sepan. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho, vi otras preguntas. Entonces, Coinbase, quiero que me lo podeen hasta que no puedan. Que Coinbase es el malo, el más malo de todos y el hijo de puta. Ahí es donde más nos cargamos, ¿ok? Apple. Me habían pedido Apple. Güey, Apple, estoy haciendo un corto y no para de subir. Tienes varios problemas con Apple. Ve la tabla mensual en putiza. Acá, 2022. Primero hizo tope en como todo lo demás en la mensual. En diciembre, y después hizo un tope más alto en enero, antes de la caída. ¿Ok? Luego, la del 2023 con lo de Japón, tope más alto, caída. Luego, la de los aranceles. La de los aranceles fue más puntual, que es esta. Tope más alto, caída. La pregunta es, este fue el tope más alto. Y para mí continúas literalmente en contra de la resistencia. Lo puedes ver, estás justamente acá. No veo... aquí hay dos posibilidades que tienes en Apple, y esto solamente en putiza. Puedes ver perfectamente cómo rechaza. Te llevas este máximo y yo pondría, güey, esto va a ir a altos históricos, pero no te lo has llevado. Porque antes de caer, Apple le gusta hacer esto. Y ahora ya lo hizo. Podría ser, cabrón, porque definitivamente no estás pasando esto. Para mí no va a pasar esto y nada más así sacarte, aunque podría. Para mí Apple, si revienta esto, va a hacer esto y ahí meter a todos y caer. Y haría un SFP de esta zona. ¿Ok? Definitivamente tiene que caer a huevo y la chingada. No, pero normalmente cae con todo el mercado. Entonces, si me estoy esperando en Apple, estoy viendo Tesla. Tesla también tiene el corto más fácil de todo el mundo. Nada más que no estamos viendo bien. ¿Dónde está la parte alta de la zona azul? en los 442. Ese es el extremo que yo voy a tomar, si es que se llega a dar. No estoy diciendo que se vaya a dar, pero ese es el extremo, lo pueden ver ahí. Y también acá, aparte baja de la zona azul, 446, justamente coincidiendo con esto, básicamente en Tesla. Tesla no para de subir por eso, pero una vez más, ya te dieron todas las noticias, ya invirtieron en XAI, ya invirtieron en todo esto. ¿Por qué mierdas no hizo un nuevo alto histórico? Y ahora, atención, si somos el CEO de Bitcoin y nos gusta dejar un bajo más bajo para después hacer un bajo más alto, ¿qué quiere decir que estamos haciendo acá? Invitando a la gente a pensar que este fue el fondo, que vengan, compren, rompes, caes, pum, rechazas y a la verga. Es Tesla, eso es lo que yo veo con Tesla. Una vez más, porque si Tesla fuera a romper récords y todo este pedo y la bolsa estaría, ¿por qué no sube ahorita? Tienen las mejores noticias del planeta. Recuerden eso siempre, ¿ok? Ayer vi el video de Pablo Gil, dice Poncho, la verdadera razón por la cual los metales bajaron fue porque Bitcoin lleva bajando desde octubre. Para mí no es tanto eso, pero lo que habla Pablo es muy claro con cómo el dinero se mueve de un asset a otro y cuando tienes un asset que está perdiendo, cómo lo tienes que mover. Y una vez más, Pablo es muy inteligente y hace muy buenos análisis y hace análisis de valores dentro de sí. Para mí, yo estoy un nivel arriba de conspiranoico, ¿no? Pablo no es, yo sí. Donde yo digo, estos movimientos ocurren a propósito y lo único que hacen es representan el cambio de la liquidez de un lugar a otro y lo puedes justificar como quieras. Eso es a lo que es un crack Pablo en analizarlo, pero yo lo veo más sencillo. Es de, güey, se llevaron el dinero de acá, lo están poniendo acá y lo están metiendo acá y después va a ir acá. Es todo. Esto me quita todo el ruido. Hola, Salo, te seguimos del de 2019, somos unos hermanos de México, el sexto mes aprendiendo. Has comentado que recomiendas no comprar acciones tokenizadas. ¿Por qué? Acciones tokenizadas en exchanges. Ponte tú, en BTCC nosotros tenemos un enlace para que ustedes puedan comprar acciones tokenizadas. No lo compren ahí porque si BTCC se llega a ir a bancarrota o lo que sea, no te quedas con tu acción. Ahora, si fondos grandes como Robinhood, hacen acciones tokenizadas, cómpralas, güey. O sea, a lo que me refiero es, ahorita no hay muchos proveedores de acciones tokenizadas. Los proveedores de acciones tokenizadas son exchanges chiquitos. Si te metes en un exchange chiquito, te van a coger. ¿Ok? Entonces, solamente compra en exchanges grandes. De donde vivas. Vives en México, GBM es bastante bueno. ¿Qué otro? No tengo ni puta idea. Hay otro negocio que me está pagando que pronto voy a activar por acá para recomendar otro exchange, pero también no es un banco, no es Robinhood, ya sabes, tampoco. Para mí en México GBM es la más fácil de todas, pero ahí hay más. Y no acciones tokenizadas no se refiere a que no compres acciones tokenizadas, eventualmente todas las acciones serán tokenizadas, se refiere a no las compres en un mercado chiquito. Es todo. Ya vimos Apple, ya vimos lo de Grant Cardone, vendió su jet y su casa según él para comprar más Bitcoin. Se va a quedar en la calle si sigue este paso. Ahí está el comentario de Apple, Chevron. Alejandro, yo compré 50 en 50 y quiero comprar en 40. Bien, ok. Una pregunta, ¿qué otro exchange puedo usar para hacer shorts en long de Coinbase? Estoy en Nueva York. BTCC, lo tenemos en los enlaces de la descripción. BTCC. Listo. Ok, ya estamos. Podrías analizar SMR, una empresa de energía. Vamos a ver si nos da tiempo. Vamos en putiza a hacer esto. Ok. Ya vimos todo esto, bla, 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 bla. Vamos a XRP, que es lo que estamos analizando en putiza. XRP continúa y es lo que habíamos dicho, justamente la misión a la que está, y eso es ir a los 80 centavos. Es el siguiente nivel. ¿Por qué? Los 80 centavos están aquí abajo, el promedio del 200 está en 99. Fue la zona que literalmente funcionó como resistencia y soporte para poder dar movimientos a partes altas. Y una vez que lo perdimos, nos llevó a la línea amarilla de abajo. Ahora, creemos que podemos ir a los 50 centavos. Podríamos tranquilamente, pero mínimo vienes a los 80. Entre 93 y 80. Para mí, XRP no va a perder, aunque aquí vean esto. En realidad sí, XRP solamente pierde el promedio de las 200 sesiones, muy poco relativo a ello. Por ende, para mí los 80 centavos son literalmente lo que sigue en XRP. Ya rompiste toda esta estructura alcista. No importa cómo lo veas en todas las temporalidades, ya estás aquí abajo. Esta zona, por cierto, tiene acá un rango y estás a punto de llevártelo. Una vez que te lleves este rango en el 1.5, vamos a ponerlo de otra forma para que sea más mamón. Una vez que te lleves el 1.05, vienes a los 80 centavos. Pero por ahora vas a estar rangueando probablemente el 1.40 y los 99 y el dólar. Probablemente el dólar vaya a aguantar un rato para que la gente diga, no mames, XRP no se cae de $1, y luego te dé el pito, que es lo que va a funcionar. Una vez más, el pito para nosotros en XRP está acá, no acá, pero ya veremos qué es lo que pasa, ¿no? Si llega acá, pues qué chingón para la gente que quiera acumular esta mamada, porque recuerda, es el nuevo sistema monetario internacional. Entonces, no es Coinbase, no es nada de eso, es XRP. Entonces ya aquí te llevaste la lotería una vez que llegue ahí. Y una vez más, XRP sí va a subir en el próximo ciclo, etcétera, va a romper altos, no tengo ni puta idea, pero va a ser como todas las monedas establecidas, ¿no? Ok, Alex, let's go on to whatever's next. Is it Oracle?
No, Tesla.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Tesla's actually very interesting because we've been watching this consolidation range for quite a while now. But now what you're getting is potentially that retest into that $436 area, which is very important for Tesla to watch the reaction here, because we've been really talking about 415 being a big spot for Tesla. If you end up rejecting that, that'll be, in my opinion, the first major sign that this is about to break down. First breakdown zone is around 370s at 371. If you end up losing 370s, I think you'll just end up aggressively moving down to that weekly EMA 100, which hasn't been tested since you got the reclaim in April. Now, for me, so far, you are rejecting it, and you want to be watching this close in 2 days, because this will be quite telling. You'll either end up rejecting and actually closing back under 415, or getting a reclaim. Any reclaim back above the weekly EMA 9 will signal a move back to around $460, and possibly even testing that 473 area. Now, this consolidation has been very important because you are seeing volatility actually contract, and it's even contracting in the midst of price action going up and retesting this weekly 9. So you want to be watching this very carefully, because this still is not firing off the weekly setup, but it is slowly getting more bearish, in my opinion. Really, since January, you have just been seeing the weekly 9 get lost. You've made this low. Now is price trying to develop a potential lower high here? That's kind of what I'm watching in confluence with 415 becoming lost. And you did press the weekly EMA 34, which hasn't been tested since August. So, price action is becoming weaker here. Bulls really need to pick it up above 436 and potentially, pump this to around 460s. Because if not, they're going to run the risk of this breaking down. And then we're going to be in the environment we were in the beginning of this year, which was 415 rejected. You ended up losing that weekly 9, which just, caused us to reject all the way down until you actually reached the weekly EMA 100 and found a bottom towards the SMA 200. Now they're very far apart now, so that's why the first area after losing the 34, to me, will be around that weekly EMA 100. So very interesting stuff. You're losing on the weekly. And then even if you view the HPDR, you are actually in a breakdown. And you see the median has shifted up pretty dramatically towards, $500. It's right now $493. And so this just plays more into the idea that this still is in bearish posturing and can easily come down, especially once you see that weekly volatility actually fire off. Now let's see biweekly. Actually, biweekly is close to getting a volatility setup here. Something we'll be watching going into that new close happening in 2 days. You want to be watching here very carefully, because if you end up losing 415, you will be at the risk of actually being in a biweekly breakdown on the HPDR. Let's see. Now, we've talked about this on Tesla, which is the monthly is technically in a breakout above the 38.2%, but this will be very important, because if you actually start closing under 415, this just starts giving you confluence that, well, you're not in a breakout anymore, and you are going to actually run the risk of maybe testing that median sitting at, well, right now, $353 or close, or actually it's touching tips essentially with the monthly 21. So obviously this will update in the next 16 days, but right, just plays into the idea that this is a big spot for Tesla. You do want to be watching 415 very carefully as a bull. So once you start losing that, that's when a lot of other setups start crumbling, specifically like this monthly. Or the daily here. All right, daily. Perfectly retested 436. On the daily, if you start losing the EMA 100, that'll be your first big sign that you're going to test 415. And then, all eyes on that on a daily close, because remember, it'll start on a daily. If you start losing support on a daily, bleed into the weekly, bleeds into the bi-weekly, and then the monthly. Remember, 415 is the big spot going into March for Tesla. You want to keep seeing that hold. For now, above the EMA 100, but 3 hours left to go and not that far away right now. And even you have a daily volatility set up at this time. Oh, well. Right, going into, Friday, you essentially will have this contracted and giving you a setup. Just playing into the idea that, you do want to be paying attention here. Longs just simply want to get back above 436. They'll have an easy move to 460s. 456 like 460s. All while shorts are just simply watching the daily EMI 100 to really gauge a move to that 415. So yeah, for me, honestly, Tesla's looking pretty weak. And it's actually really this move up just simply retested this level that we lost in January on the weekly. So it's going to be very important actually to kind of watch the reaction here. You don't want this zone to reject. And so far it is. So, 2 days left to go. It's really going to just be weekly dependent. If you end up really rejecting this, it will turn into potentially the next major lower high. So, that's currently what I'm watching on Tesla. It is exciting, though, to finally see some kind of volatility here, because for the last few weeks, it's just been, range bound. I remember it was holding above that 420 area. Right here, 436 to around that 470s. So now when you look at it, still kind of in a big zone, which, if you end up reclaiming that 415, you're just essentially back within the range, kind of like what occurred in November here. You lost it, you quickly got reclaimed, and then you got expansion up. So, that's why it's going to be really crucial to watch this next weekly close. But for me, under 436, you have to be cautious on Tesla for actually making a move back down to 415, like on the daily. If the daily ends up losing 415, that'll be your first big sign that this is going to start breaking down. My next target for a breakdown is actually right into that 373 to 380, like on the daily SMA 200. If you end up losing, let's say, that daily SMA 200, it'll be your first big sign that you will start actually heading down towards 300. And maybe even all the way down to 270s. I'm still, not out of the question, or not really questioning if it will, just more when. I do think that, you can easily retest this weekly SMA 200 and then actually move up. Can't see, since the reclaim, you have not tested it. So I am watching that very carefully. So that's all I have on Tesla, really. Pretty nice. And I still think our Academy short is doing pretty well on Tesla. I don't think we got stopped out. So I will actually update that. Yeah, no, it did not. So yeah, we're still actually short on Tesla. So beautiful stuff.
We'll go to Oracle. And start with quarterly. Well, wow, quite some dumping action on this. We'll do the 6 month because we got some data for it. We got one of the most toppiest of top candles I've ever seen in my life. Swept the 61.8%, and now we are very close to confirming a local top here. This will confirm a local top with any close below $177.07. And once you do confirm a local top, let's zoom out, see if there's any divergence. No, there is not, because you're making higher highs on momentum as well as higher highs in price. But once you do confirm a local top, you're likely to come back down and revisit somewhere around where this median is and this previous high. This consolidation is on somewhere about 128 to maybe 120-ish dollars. And as long as you're holding over that median on a closing basis, you are more likely to come back up and get another attempt at this 38.2% at $164, and closing over this 38.2% and 5 EMA is what sends you back up to your current all-time highs / new all-time highs. You got to see the reaction around that 120 to basically $120 zone. You are currently flipping around on the jewel and flipping it to a neutral signal. You have not gotten a sell signal just yet, and you do have the God mode background. Let's go to the quarterly. Quarterly is also currently flipped down on momentum, very close entering into the bearish control zone, with volatility very close to going into expansion, approaching the moving average. And you're currently below your 38.2% on the quarterly as well. 38.2% is about $157.83. This would be the first time that you would be closing below your 38.2% since around April of 2022, and you corrected quotes down to this 21 EMA, slightly below the 21 to 78.6%, and from there you ended up bottoming and going to new all-time highs. Right now we've already gone to this 21 EMA, but we haven't touched the 78.6% yet. 78.6% would be the target of losing the 38.2%, and that sits at that $120 zone, which would be right along this previous wick low. And I'm thinking you're likely going to sweep that low and take out all the liquidity from this zone, which is currently at about $118, right around 120. So maybe it goes to like 115 or 110, and then from there you can then run it back up, and maybe you can go to new all-time highs after that. And that would also put in some hidden bullish diversions as well once you take out those lows. Monthly is currently positioned to the downside, with volatility currently very extreme, and you are bouncing off the 95% currently. And as long as you are closing below about $183, this is more likely to just get whatever bounce you get is likely to just be a bearish retest before lower, and while these HPDR ranges can step down. So the 2-week is very extreme to the downside on momentum, very close to flipping back up. With volatility also very close to going into contraction. I believe it already has gone into contraction. Yeah, it already has gone drop below the moving average. So if you do see a bounce from the zone, it is likely just going to be a mean reversion before you go lower. Weekly is also very close to flipping back up, with volatility very close to contracting. The weekly jewel has completely skipped the neutral phase. It went directly to the sell, the buy signal. It is likely you're going to see a little bit of a bounce from the zone. You are already seeing the bounce a little bit. You're getting a fresh weekly silver cross to the downside, so that does give you a nice target of this INEMA on this bounce, somewhere around $170 to $180, somewhere in the high 170s. Also lines up with the 100 EMA. Also very significant area of support, which is now going to be flipped to resistance, and that gives time for the HPDR ranges to step down, and then you can get continuation. So somewhere around $180-ish, which is not a bad move up from where we are now. It's like 15%, pretty good, double digits. 5 days currently also very close to flipping back up, also has that silver cross to the downside. Two-day is currently flipped up already, with getting over the moving average, although you're very heavily within the bearish control zone, with volatility now going into contraction, and the 2 days lost the sell signal, flipping into neutral in the critical zone. You did reject the 5 EMA on your last candle close, but you opened above it, and now you are currently resting right along that 5 and the 88.3%. This is an area where you're likely to bounce, but although as long as you're closing below about $163, that bounce is just going to be a bounce. Daily is also currently flipped up, making it out of the bearish control zone now with the volatility contracting. Daily Jules playing out a God mode buy signal, and you've made your way back into the 38.2%. And you tapped the top 30 of the 38.2%. But you are now forming multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence because you took out this high on momentum and this high on momentum, where price made a bunch of lower highs. And that will confirm with any close below $156.86. And that's going to give you a minimum target down to about 130 bucks. And that's going to be a sweep of these lows. And then at that point, maybe you can see a nicer or a bigger bounce. Mm, 4 hours getting very extreme to the downside on momentum, or to the upside on momentum, I mean, and volatility is also basically topped out at 98%. You're getting a nice buy signal jewel with the God mode background and the pink crossing above the yellow. But from that signal, you have seen a nice move up of how much percent? 15%, not bad for a 4 hour setup. 17.7%, almost 20% off of that. And you are currently over the 97.5% on the HPDR. So if you're going to see a deeper pullback here, you want to see it close below about 154, 150, what is this? 152, yeah, about $152. And then you're likely going to see it tested somewhere in the 130s after that. Because what goes straight up gives you not much support to the downside. You'd have and you currently have a gap here in around 140, 143. Let's check the RSI. Made a local top in the 6 month. Easy target from that is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone. That currently sits at about 133 bucks. Interesting. Also along that 130 area. Quarterly local top. Next target is the neutral zone. Sits at, this is the level it's going to update. It's at about 61 bucks. Zoom in. Oh, you are now forming possible hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out this previous low momentum, and as long as you're closing over $139.81, you will have that hidden bullish divergence. So I'm guessing whenever you test that 130 level, fail to close below there, and then you get your hidden bullish divergence, and then once that's confirmed, you can go back to your all-time highs. Monthly is also forming hidden bullish divergence with 3 drives. As long as you're closing over $140, that will be possible. And once currently it's going to be a little difficult to confirm it. You're going to have to close over about $225.32. But as you go, as long as you don't take out 140 on a closing basis, eventually it's going to be much easier to confirm, and then that'll take you back up to your current highs. Weekly is making a local top. Now you're tapping the simple moving average, likely a zone of resistance. Simple moving average is at about 158 bucks, like $2 higher. And we get that silver cross down. $5 approaching the simple moving average, which also lines up with that 9 EMA on the silver cross, somewhere in the 170s. 2-day currently has active multiple drives of hidden regular bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $136.48. You're very close to the easy target, which is somewhere around the simple moving average to the edge of the bearish control zone. That puts you somewhere between $171 and $161 and $167. That 170 area is right around that zone. Daily put in a local top here. That's going to bring you down to the simple moving average, which is currently sitting at about $127, $128. And you're about to put in the hidden bearish divergence, and that will confirm with any close below $156.96. 4 hours also putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $156.98, and that gives you a move down to simple moving average and the critical zone. Simple moving average is at $121, and the critical zone is at $73 or $78. This critical zone likely updates several times. I am more thinking on somewhere around the side of that 120 zone is where you're going to bottom. 2 hours also putting in multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence already confirmed, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $161.53, and your next target is somewhere between the simple moving average and the edge of the bullish control zone. Brings you around 145 to 147, and then the neutral zone sits at about 136, sitting around that 130 number. Let's go back up. On the high time frames, this is looking a lot more corrective / bearish here, with a massive top candle here on the 6 month, and you have gotten the test of your easy targets from that zone, which is going to be your 90 MA on the 6 month, and on the quarterly you move down to your 21. On the quarterly, every single time you've hit that 21, that has been zone where you bottomed at either the 21 or slightly below that 21, and from there you've gone on to new all-time highs, and that would put you slightly below about $130-ish, which is exactly the zone that we're looking at right now. And on the monthly, you have bearish divergence of multiple drives, and you're very close to hitting that easy target for the overall target from the bearish divergence, which is going to be at that 130 zone. Switch it over into momentum. Six month momentum is freshly flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 286 and you're rejecting the critical zone. Zoom in. You're projected on this next open to take out all of these previous lows on momentum, giving you multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence possible. Quarterly is also flipped down, rejecting the critical zone. Volatility is contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $301. And then on this next open, you're going to have possible hidden bullish divergence once you take out the slow on momentum, which you are projected to take out on this next open. Monthly is currently also flipped down, rejecting the critical zone. Volatility is at many periods of 100%, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 284. 2 week is also flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down with double extreme on volatility as long as you're closing below 196. Weekly is currently flipped up, with volatility now expanding once again, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 150, and you're well within the critical zone. 5 days currently also flipped up, with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 146. Makes sense with a fresh silver cross on the weekly to have short-term momentum flipped up. 2 days currently also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 146. Daily is currently also flipped up, now getting out of the critical zone, with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 138. And 4 hours now also flipped up, making it into the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 141. So on the high time frames, this is looking more corrective. Maybe you could even say bearish. I wouldn't go as far as saying bearish, because on high time frames it does go pretty much straight up. So I'd prefer using the word corrective rather than bearish on the very high time frames. But you are getting momentum flipped down very heavily to the downside, but you are still well within the bullish control zone, and you are now forming possible hidden bullish divergence, which will eventually be much easier to confirm. Now you have to close over your all-time highs to confirm it, but on this next candle, it's going to be much easier. And then as you go on, as long as you're closing over about $105, you will be able to confirm that hidden bullish divergence. And you have that coming up on multiple of your very high time frames. Like you have it on the 6 month, you have it on the quarterly and the monthly. And once you confirm it, and it lines up with on the short term, getting a little bit of a move up to retest the silver cross on the weekly, somewhere around maybe 160. Possibly 170, but whatever move you get into that zone, you should consider a gift for a short, and then you would be targeting from there somewhere around that 130 to possibly 120 zone. And then I do think that somewhere around there is where you're going to say your next higher low, sweep your current lows, and then confirm your 6 month, quarterly, and monthly hidden bullish divergences, and then those will send you up to current all-time highs / new all-time highs. And the invalidation will be simply getting a weekly close below about $118. Get that, then this thing is probably going to go a lot lower for a lot longer, and maybe you won't see an all-time high for a while. At that point, you're probably going to test somewhere around this zone here at like $75 at this 200 SMA, where it'll be at that moment.
That would be fucking insane. Thank you. Alex, I already did Tesla before you did. And when you did, it was identical to what I said. Because, I mean, we also talked about it before. We were looking at that short. That's already open with the economy. So do you mind also hopping right after I explain this real quick to CVX is Chevron?
CVX, yeah, perfect.
Thank you. All right, I'll take 5 minutes here. Vale, vamos a ver Oracle en putiza, damas y caballeros, en un segundo. Oracle o RCL, debería de yo mismo ver mis propias abreviaciones acá. Pueden ver lo castigado que está. Hemos tocado en el 2020 fondos, estás en la de 2 semanas, ¿no? En el S&P 200, en el 2022, que fue el mercado más bajista de bastante tiempo, lo hicimos por debajo del 100 y hemos tocado por debajo del 100. Yo creo para mí cualquier compra en Oracle, y se los hemos puesto así, donde estás, acá y acá, sería lo ideal. No puedes estar muy lejos del fondo. Ahora, no te quiero dar FOMO ahorita que compres hoy. Solamente estás, bueno, ya está 54% abajo, ya ha estado hasta 61%. Nosotros creemos que 63% y hasta 70% sea posible. Vamos a ver rápido en otras temporalidades, por ejemplo, acá en diciembre del 2021 al 2022, cayó 42% en unos mercados bajistas más potentes que hemos visto. En los aranceles, Oracle cayó 40%. Cabrones, esta es una mega oportunidad de compra de Oracle. Lo habíamos tocado acá, que fueron los 144. Así que esto fue la última vez que platicamos de Oracle. Me parece que fue esta semana. No sé si fue en estos últimos 7 días. No sé si fue el lunes o el viernes. Pero aquí estaban los niveles. Ya tocaste uno. Estarías por arriba del siguiente. Llegas acá, sería el segundo, y el tercero por acá abajo en los 104. Abajo de eso, tíos, honestamente esta chingadera estaría frita. Pero por ahora, si los acerco un poco más con esto, pueden ver el porqué. Pueden ver que el 34 es donde más cerca nos ponemos en este tipo de bajadas, y aquí está el 34, en esta zona. Por acá, si ya entraste acá, te llevaste literalmente 2/3 partes, estás 66% adentro, y eso, si rebota ahí y continúa, va a estar contento y puedes alocar el otro 33% de tu entrada en otra cosa. Pero esto se ve bastante real. Acá, paciencia. Lo que sí es, deberías ya, si eres bull de Oracle y entiendes Oracle, etcétera, de haber mínimo entrada en los 144 o, una vez más, 136, donde está el promedio del 21 trimestral. Si nos queremos acercar un poco más a la diaria para ver qué vergas está pasando por acá, pueden ver que llevamos toda esta tendencia bajista. No nos sorprendería para nada, y es más, no lo pondría así, lo pondría así, que tengas un rebote a esta zona. Ahora, aquí tienes un tope y ahora tienes que hacer un fondo. Después de hacer un mínimo, tope y toca el mínimo. ¿Dónde va a poner el mínimo? La zona ideal sería el promedio del 5 en los 150. Pero una vez más, si te da la oportunidad, porque aquí tienes un gap diario hasta los 142. Acá sería una buena zona para empezar a plantear tu DCA, aunque ustedes saben mejor que yo, cada quien. Estamos muy por debajo del promedio del 200. Nunca es malo en esta zona agregar, es justamente lo que habíamos platicado antes, pero no es el semanal, no les voy a mentir. El semanal, justamente acá en los 150, esto fue lo que me dio la idea original de los 145, y ahí estamos. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, lo que, por si llegas a los 177, lo más probable es que te vaya a rechazar. Este trade, este corto, lo podríamos manejar en BTCC, que sí tienen Oracle, ahí para poder hacerle un cortillo. ¿Qué es lo que yo pienso honestamente va a ocurrir? ¡Pum! Rechazo, continúas para abajo, vienes acá, vas para abajo y ya. El mercado bajista no dura 2 días como todo el mundo cree. No tocas un fondo y luego te lo quita y nunca más lo vuelves a ver. Pregúntenle a quien sea. Así que paciencia les va a pagar. Y ahora, estamos mal. Si en Oracle te llevas los 207 para arriba, es confirmación de que vas a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. Pero cualquier cierre por debajo de 192, por arriba de 192 en la semanal, también diría eso. Pero por ahora parece que vas a continuar cayendo, que te debería de aguantar por acá en las zonas que habíamos platicado, con un máximo extremo en los 84. Personalmente me cuesta trabajo pensar que eso sería el caso, pero por ahora tienes 3 muy buenas entradas en Oracle para tu posición a largo plazo, con correcciones que te han dado mejores correcciones que el 2020, el 2022, etcétera. ¿Qué más quieres? ¿No? Ahí están. Aquí es cuando toda la gente que se pone ya como loca en el mercado bajista, se me hace muy raro esto. En verlos en Discord todos perdiendo la cabeza. Este es el mercado más divertido, tíos. Sí, por un rato vas a tener tu portafolio en rojo en lo que está cayendo, pero esta es la zona. Tienes todo el año para ir de compras. Puedes ir a comprar lo que quieras diario, pero vas a ir a comprar diario ropa o te vas a esperar a que haya un 70% de descuento de Black Friday. Te vas a esperar. Aquí está tu Black Friday. De compras, cabrones. De compras. All right, Alex, we're ready. Go with CVX Chevron.
Nice.
How are those oil stinking motherfuckers doing with their money?
Beautiful green dildo on the bi-monthly, honestly, doing very well. The higher time frames on CVX are really starting to shape up nicely for bulls, actually. Starting off with the bi-monthly, you do notice, hopefully, knock on wood, 16 days, if you just hold above essentially this 175 region, you will firstly reclaim that bi-monthly median, something you did end up really losing back in May 2023. It's a major shift here in this consolidation range. We're also going to close a bi-monthly back above 175. That's a big level for me, specifically 174.56. You really had that occurred back in 2022 in September. You tried to hold it and then you deviated it in January. So in this region, I would want to start really seeing this area hold, get that bi-monthly breakout. Confluence, you're also getting a massive bi-monthly volatility setup, which did confirm into the last bi-monthly closure. So this is just maturing, playing into the idea that this is actually breaking out. We can easily make a new high, or at minimum test the highs near 190, which to me just seems more like when, if not if. Because you also go here to the quarterly. You do notice that the quarterly also for the first time potentially is going to reclaim this median here, sitting at 175 as well. It's a major spot here. You keep seeing that bi-monthly, now the quarterly showing 175 being a big spot. Reclaiming this median that would end up putting CVX basically at a new all-time high at 203, going all the way up to that top side 38.2%, while also potentially firing off within the next month, 20 days, a quarterly BBWP setup, which is pretty nice because we see that the last one that fired off to the downside, and then you see here that it actually started to move up with price. But this one, it's kind of hard to measure it, but if we measure when it fired off to the downside, well, this did give actually, it's pretty insane. 57% move down here. And then it got bought up before going up 117% before it reset here. So no matter how you look at that, that's insane. And then here's another one, actually. From this low, started to fire off, which should let us up about 70%. So the fact that this is on the verge of firing off in a month, 21 days, reclaiming that monthly median, it is just gearing up to make a new all-time high. But this perspective plays into the idea, which is you just got to hold above 175. That just keeps being the big spot here on the higher time frame, because you're going to relate back to January 2023, which was when you lost that 175 zone. That did just end up leading you back down to the range lows around 135. So as long as you're staying with 175, you are going to make a new all-time high for CVX. And for me, it will just really come into play $200 once you actually take out November's high. So if you actually get any kind of closures back above, let's say 190, to me, it'll really start getting up for a move up to the 200s. In my opinion, at least, and that'll just play right into the bi-monthly levels here. break to 61.8%, you go right up to 78.6 at 203. But for me, I'd like to see some closures back above 175. It's always been the big spot here. And the little amount of data we have in that 170s region, you just have not been able to hold it. So that'll be the first big sign here. As you do press extremes, you should look for maybe 189, 190s to be hit before coming back down and testing 175s, before potentially actually breaking out, as long as you do hold back above that zone. You will get the weekly EMA 9 supporting price action, while also having a weekly silver cross. Notice that you haven't tested the weekly 9 since January. This didn't even fully test it. You can just see it ever so slightly missed it. So you should be looking at, any kind of pullback here to actually get the weekly 9 to support maybe a 175 retest. That would actually look pretty nice. Nothing here. And then, daily is just in a nice daily uptrend. And what we've noticed with very bullish assets is you can just look at the 5 and the 9 as a range. Often if you're not really playing or testing the 9, you're testing the 5. And that's kind of what's occurring. You're just making higher lows off the daily 5. So this is a good perspective on, CVX is not bearish. It's actually very bullish. I do think 189, 190s is next, and I'd be watching that zone for maybe a rejection to then retest 175s on maybe a new weekly candle closure. As long as you hold above 175, this is going to gear up for a new all-time high, and I do think within the next month or two, you easily can test 203, that $200 area. And again, we're just referring back to the bi-monthly, monthlies, and quarterly. We have to really look at this as just like a breakout trend shift. And so any move up now will just be a shift in structure, and you'll look for some kind of higher low. And even more so, wouldn't you just look for some kind of monthly, bi-monthly EMA 9 retests coming in around 160s? Even if you got a major pullback, let's say, and that'll just play into the shift of structure. But regardless, for me, it's all about 175s first. So as long as you're above 175, this is going to make a new all-time high. And I would be expecting that fairly soon, honestly, especially with, higher time frame volatility firing off, and you're actually getting a major green dildo. So all I have with CVX, honestly, it looks pretty nice though. Very strong chart.
Crazy. All right. Well, thank you so much. That was very clear, simple to follow, and easy to copy. You boys have anything else to say before you go? You basically are set to be free until Friday.
I'd say just watch for some maybe mean reversions or bearish retests across the board once you get a local bottom confirmation on the 4-hour. And to get a local bottom, you would need to close 2 candles over the previous candle's wick high. And then that will give you maybe a little bit of mean reversion. But as of now, you don't have any signs of a bounce.
Nice. Yeah.
For me, playing into Farn's idea with that retest, we're getting that 2-day finally on Bitcoin. So maybe we're going to get a closure back under the 2021 cycle high, and that'll just play into maybe retesting that and then rejecting. Because we did see that same setup tonight or last night on the daily work perfect. So maybe on the 2-day, it'll give us that. But it'll just be a little bigger because it's on the 2-day.
Yeah, a little bigger. All right. Well, thank you very much, boys. You guys enjoy your day, and we'll be chatting as usual.
Beautiful.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos. Coach Loco signing off.
Alex. Thank you. Que estamos viendo Chevron y justamente caí en esto. Quiero que vean esta locura. La última vez que tuvimos un setup de volatilidad de este tamaño fue negativo. Fue en el 2019, ¿ok? ¿Alguien se acuerda qué ocurrió en el 2019? Estamos viendo CVX, para que no sepan, es Chevron. Chevron es una gasolinera. Piénsenlo como Pemex, ¿no? Aquí en Estados Unidos tenemos varias Pemex, no nada más una. Y esta es una de ellas, por ejemplo. Y en el 2020 tuviste este setup de volatilidad que literalmente te llevó desde expansión, que es esta vela, hasta el fondo, un menos 60%. ¿Ok? Acá tienes lo contrario. Parece un setup de volatilidad en lo que está subiendo esto. Vamos a proponer que esto suba como bajó 60%. Siguiente objetivo, 244. Ahora, ¿eso lo va a jugar? No sabemos, es imposible saber dónde está el tope, dónde no, y toda la gente que da esos números es porque todavía no han aprendido las lecciones del mercado que deben de, pero en una súper clara tendencia alcista. Una vez más, esto es una gasolinera, una petrolera, etcétera, y estás viendo que está explotando a la alza. Platicamos de tener una crisis eléctrica, una crisis energética. Esto es parte de ello. Y ahora, esto normalmente tiene que ver con inflación, pero no ahorita. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando estás en un tiempo, cuando tienes tiempo que la gente no tiene dinero, esto nos lo acaba de probar los aranceles, ¿ok? Y es muy cabrón esto es muy cabrón para mí porque hay gente que todavía cree que la inflación va a llegar a cierto punto, ¿no? Con todo y que ya no existe ni nada, o sea, que ya todo eso es cosa del pasado, la gente todavía lo toma como que existe. Entonces, tengo que decirles rápidamente para poder dejarlo claro en la cabeza de todos ustedes. Cuando el petróleo sube de precio, lo que hace es destruir el gasto. No ayuda a incorporar a la inflación a menos de que estés en un estado de sobremonetización, sobre liquidez. Si quieren aprender de liquidez, háblenle al hombre que está en el parque todo el día buscándola. Pero es muy cierto eso, lo que les estoy diciendo de la liquidez. Donde si no hay, y cuando digo liquidez, odio esa palabra por cómo la usan todos hoy. Lo usamos para sentirnos más inteligentes. Es el dinero. ¿A dónde va el dinero? La gran cantidad de dinero. La gran cantidad de dinero en este momento le pertenece a la gente más rica del planeta. Todos los demás están en la mierda. Cuando tienes que suben precios energéticos, normalmente los precios de todos los productos suben porque Sabritas tiene que cobrarte más por sus papas porque literalmente les cuesta más la energía. Pero cuando no hay dinero, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Lo que pasó con la inflación de los aranceles. Te prometieron que las empresas iban a subir los precios porque recuerda, las empresas no se comen los aranceles, es el consumidor, te dijeron que tú te ibas a comer esos aranceles. ¿Y ocurrió? No. Las empresas tuvieron que comerse los aranceles. ¿Por qué? Porque las empresas se dieron cuenta que no podían ya subir los precios porque nadie estaba comprando sus cosas. Y ahora, esto ha sido, hemos encontrado cambios grandes en esto. Efectivamente, hemos encontrado cambios grandes en lo que estaba pasando con las empresas. Cuando tu Paco favorito te está hablando de, no es inflación, es, ¿cómo se llama? Me lleva la chingada. ¿Cómo se llama esta cosa? Espérame, estoy leyendo algo. Aquí está. Lo había puesto antes, pero se los pongo una vez más. No. Leyes, lo pueden ver ahí, ¿no? Sí. Y ahí abajo, el güey por fin lo entiende, ¿no? Deflation starting, está empezando la deflación. Doritos va a cortar, y esto fue todo PepsiCo, por cierto, 15% de sus precios. Una vez más, ¿hay aranceles? Sí. ¿Subieron los precios para PepsiCo? Sí. ¿Los pasaron al consumidor? No. Y esto es la estupidez que ahorita todo el mundo va a empezar a decir cuando vean el precio de la gasolina subir. No va a aumentar los precios de nada. Lo único que va a hacer, y esto, mucha gente no se acuerda del 2008, porque o eran muy jóvenes, bola de cabrones, me dan envidia, ¿no? Porque yo estoy ruco y me acuerdo perfecto del 2008. Y me acuerdo perfecto cómo literalmente la gente dejó de ir a trabajar porque no le alcanzaba para la gasolina del coche. No fueron y compraron más porque el precio subió. Dejaron de ir a trabajar. Y ese fue el fin. Ese fue literalmente cuando llegamos a ese punto, pudiste haber comprado la bolsa y te hubiera ido cabrón. Pero pasó. Y aquí es lo mismo. Chevron va a ser beneficiada, al igual que todas las petroleras. ¿Por qué? Porque sé que esta crisis energética viene. Uno, es algo que literalmente nos han dicho a todos a través de inteligencia artificial que por alguna razón todo el mundo ignora y cree que no va a pasar en su país. No entienden también la capacidad de energía que necesita inteligencia artificial. Es una locura. Esa es una. Me da insights haber invertido en una empresa de estas cuando recién empezó, etcétera. Entonces también entiendo un poco más por ahí. Eso es una. La segunda cosa es cuando van por Venezuela, todos los billonarios de México, Canadá, Estados Unidos, India, China, que les deben dinero, les dije, ahorita lo que debería de pasar es que el precio del petróleo se desplome porque ellos tendrían que vender. Pero si yo fuera ellos, en realidad me lo quedaría y esperaría que estuviera. ¿Cuál es mi prisa para vender? Soy multibillonario y puedo sacar un préstamo en contra de ellos. Y ahí fue donde me cayó la idea al día siguiente. Sé que efectivamente a través de mis inversiones en energía, sé que tenemos una crisis de energía que está aquí y que estamos entrando a, ¿no? Pero me dicen que ahora el precio del petróleo se va a desplomar porque Venezuela, Maduro, venden a nosotros. Y ahí fue cuando dije, ok, ahora entiendo. Cuando vi a uno de mis pacos favoritos, que aparece en esto, tíos, hay el valor de este tipo de paco, espérame. Se los enseñé ayer. Estos pacos, cuando me dijeron ellos, porque son ellos, güey, oigan, el petróleo va a desplomarse. Ahí fue cuando salí a decir, no, ahora es claro como el agua. Y una vez más, me gustaría no tener que usar ejemplos de gente, pero esta es gente que ustedes, la gran mayoría de ustedes tal vez no ve. Entonces, esa es mi última esperanza. Pero efectivamente es lo que estás viendo. Ahora, ¿esto cómo va? Si del 2014 al 2015, ¿no? Hiciste tope, fondo. Luego hiciste un alto más bajo en el 2018 para hacer un bajo más bajo. Toda esta tendencia bajista la rompiste en el 2020, cuando el petróleo se fue de menos $33 a 100, lo que haya sido, 120, 115, 100, lo que haya sido en ese entonces. Y tuviste este tope. De este tope acá en el 2022, en octubre, una vez más, quiero que entiendan, el tope de esta madre va en contra de la bolsa. Esto, octubre del 2022, fue el fondo de la bolsa. Cuando esta madre llegue a donde tiene que llegar, probablemente por acá, en los 226, 230, ahí vamos a estar en el fondo de la bolsa. Y aquí vamos a estar hablando de cómo la inflación va a... Se los juro por mi vida. Se los juro por mi vida. ¿Por qué? No porque yo lo sepa, pero porque somos tontísimos, cabrones. Tienes setup de volatilidad expandiendo, vela verde, estos marcatopes, ¿no? En mercado, vamos a lo mismo. Vas a un mercado alcista en esto. Vamos a acercar un poco más para que lo puedan ver más de cerca también. Puedes ver que también la mensual tiene volatilidad expandiendo también desde aquí abajo en los 147 hasta donde estamos y viene del punto más bajo de la tabla. Esto quiere decir que tiene todavía camino para poder continuar este camino a la alza. Voy a poner un HPDR en putiza porque aquí tenemos suficientes datos para hacerlo y vernos nice. 78%, nuestro 97% está en los 2.17, el 100% está en los 2.50. ¿Qué les parece un volado en medio 2.28? Bien. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subidota. Una vez más, esto todavía tus pacos no tienen permiso de hablarte del problema de la energía. Eso es algo que están creando en este momento detrás de cámaras para poder decírselo a los pacos y que los pacos pongan una y una junta, ¿no? Porque eso es lo que te hace un paco. El creer que esta es una idea tuya y no de la gente de la televisión. Y vienes acá, lo único que tienes que hacer es aguantar los 184 para continuar a los 190 hasta los 197. Todas las volatilidades, hijos de puta, tienen estos setups de volatilidad explotando el punto más bajo. El objetivo de acá, el 100%, ya entrando acá, es 241. ¿Cuándo llegamos al 90% en este gráfico semanal antes? Acá. Noviembre del 2022. Y nos gusta topear en medio, acá, más o menos. 220 es lo que tiene cara de. Diaria ya estás, no, el 97% está en 193, estás encontrándote algo que parece ser tope, pero no lo es. Es muy difícil poder apreciar eso, aunque Ahora tienes volatilidad contrayendo por acá. Esperaría a ver si confirma. Si confirma, este puede ser tu tope. Tengas un retesteo de la zona de los 170. Cágate, cágate, cágate si estás comprando esto en 174. Sería la mejor oportunidad. Y de ahí continuación a la alza. Ahora, el pullback te lo va a dar, no hay nada que te lo garantice. En un pullback tan fuerte, no has tocado el promedio del 9 ninguna vez y está en el 61.8% en los 180. Si vienes a tocar el promedio del 9, probablemente sea la que valga la pena y abajo está en 177 y 174. No es tanta diferencia en el precio, pero yo creo que es muy posible eso. Así que el petróleo junto con Chevron, etcétera, alcista, 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 va para arriba, va a continuar, no hay nada que nos diga lo contrario, y lo único que nos podría decir lo contrario es llevarnos los 166 para abajo, porque en la de 2 semanas te llevas esto y es de, güey, esto fue un claro SFP y vámonos para abajo. Pero aquí, ¿dónde estás? En esta tabla, déjenme quito esto para que lo vean de cerca. Tengo la de 6 meses acá, para que lo vean. Esto consolida como Bitcoin, ¿no? Bueno, aunque no lo puedo decir, esto consolidó para arriba, pero esto sí consolidó como Bitcoin acá. Ahora no le voy a poner fuerza a esto. Güey, perdón. Su gráfico de 6 meses tiene un setup de volatilidad también a la alza en lo que estás viendo la vela ahí. O sea, vienes a los 220 sin pedos en esta chingadera. Y lo único que tienes que hacer para llevarte todo es, llévate máximos históricos en 190. Estás a $4. $4. Cualquier cosa del otro lado, un cierre por debajo de 158 semanal me haría bajista. Pero, una vez más, tienes setup de volatilidad en la de 6 meses, 3 meses, mensual, 2 semanas, semana, diaria. Todo disparando el petróleo a la alza. Déjame pongo la anual a ver si hay una por ahí. Eso ya sería mamada. La anual también está expandiendo volatilidad a la alza. ¿Qué tan barato está el petróleo? Igual y sí vale la pena comprar esta mamada. Vean esta gatada, en la anual. Wix. Un rango de precio de 0 hasta $130. A ver, haz un corto y que te lo invalide aquí abajo. O un short, ¿no? Aquí arriba. ¡No mames! Esta madre rompe los 65 que está ahí, a 30 centavos del promedio del 9 y vámonos mínimo a los 130. Porque hiciste un bajo mucho más alto. Esta línea lo ha detenido desde el 98. Esta línea es una línea de 30 años, cabrones. Y ha aguantado todos los cierres mensuales. Cuando quitas el ruido, cuando quitas las noticias y ves el gráfico alto, que es este, y esto no lo había visto yo, ningún cierre por debajo de 56 fue la oportunidad del cielo ahorita a comprar energía antes de que vaya donde tiene que ir. Uf. Y recontra, ahora esta gatada podría jugar algo así. Podría. ¿La voy a usar? No. No por ahora. Por ahora simplemente vamos a ver al petróleo venir mínimo a los 72. Pero jodido. Que es la zona donde rompió aquí a la baja. Esto sería un SFP y esto te debería llevar para arriba a romper este máximo. Tal vez no este del 2008 en los 150. Ahí fue cuando el tío Salo estaba viendo a todo el mundo en la verga. Pero acá tienes 2022. ¿Y esto qué? En el 2022 que ocurrió esto, que fue un mercado bajista. Y ahora tienes la misma vela en el 2026 preparándose. Simplemente buscando confluencia en todas las ideas, donde podemos encontrar esas oportunidades, esos sectores que todo el mundo está al revés, como el dólar, como la energía. Y recuerda, puta madre cuerda. Toda la energía del mundo, o el 99% de la energía del mundo, está en precio de dólares. Y si la energía sube de precio y el volumen de consumo aumenta, ¿qué es lo que aumenta en volumen de transacciones? Dólares. ¿Qué está en el fondo en este momento de sentimiento en todos lados con noticias falsas como la de Xi Jinping? Que mañana tristemente voy a hablar de eso en el canal, que no se le espera a Carlos. ¿no? ¿Qué está en eso? Los dólares están en el fondo, tío. Estamos viviendo literalmente un mercado eh, que tiene cara de recesión. Y ahora ya te están empezando a tirar las ideas. No estamos tan perdidos. Ya te empezaron a tirar las ideas. Ahora, creo yo que van a usar esto como headline, no tengo ni puta idea. Pero vean, el inversor billonario Mark Cuban dice que cree que la recesión este año es inminente. ¿Ok? Ahora, Mark Cuban es un retrasado mental. Bueno, en realidad no es un crack porque hizo mucho dinero. Pero están empezando, a lo que voy es, están usando a esta gente para empezar a tirar una idea. Nadie en este momento, y es lo que más me gusta de esto, nadie ha hablado de una recesión este año. Nadie. Nadie. Y eso me gusta mucho. Me gusta que estén diciendo que es el fin del dólar, que la energía va a bajar. Y estás viendo literalmente lo contrario de todo esto. Si están en este canal, estamos en la mejor posición, en mi opinión, para este ciclo. El ciclo del nuevo sistema monetario que nadie comprende, que ya nos dijeron, ya lo pasaron como ley, todo. A mí me sigue sorprendiendo lo poco que la gente entiende eso. Y es, honestamente, siempre he dicho y no, nunca, para que sepan, no veo mi vida y digo, puta, es que cómo no supe esto, cómo no este. Pero siempre es de verga, güey. El día que me toque una de estas de verdad ahora, voy a estar listo. Ha llegado el día y estamos listos. Ahora, no importa si es una recesión grande, chica, mediana, en putiza, lenta. Lo único que sé es que tengo cash para comprar lo que sea. Y que ya estoy en niveles pendejos de bajos y ya empecé a hacer mi deployment de cash con ustedes. Ya han visto lo conservador que estoy siendo. Pero también lo agresivo en qué tan pocas acciones y en qué sectores me estoy enfocando. Yo creo que ese es el éxito acá. Ser pacientes, cabrones. Nada, absolutamente nada ha cambiado. Mientras peor se pone el panorama, más juegue en nuestro favor. Ya hay compras interesantes en todos lados. Hay varias que, por ejemplo, Tesla no te ha dado nada. Pero les voy a decir esto. Si me equivoqué en Tesla, no, ahorita, y digamos que Tesla brinca y se va a $500, 600, y ya me salí, que de todas maneras, puedes llamarlo como quieras, ¿no? Si me equivoqué, que va a bajar más. Que no lo creo, yo creo que está jugando exactamente tal cual como debe de, pero bueno, digamos que me equivoqué. Tesla vale verga. Y estamos en este mercado bajista, güey, voy a aumentar el tamaño de mi Coinbase y mi Circle. Y se los voy a decir si eso llega a pasar. Lo he estado pensando muy fuerte. Porque, güey, ¿cómo te vas a perder? Pero es que también Tesla tiene el mercado de inteligencia artificial productiva fuera de una computadora. Es el primero en toda la historia y aparte de energía. Esas dos para mí son enormes. Pero una vez más, no me va a dar pomo en entrar a Tesla. Ya me salí. Sigo arriba en mi salida. Se llega a dar eso, personalmente voy a poner mi parte de Tesla en Coinbase y en Circle. Y ahí voy a analizar cuál de las dos tiene la mejor oportunidad. Circle, de donde está el máximo histórico, es un 8X ya, un 7X. Y tienen que entender que lo que vamos a ver es un volumen de cripto estúpido para adelante. Una vez más, ¿no me creen? Pregúntense esto. ¿Qué quiere decir que Estados Unidos va a ser la capital de cripto del mundo? Que vamos a tener mucho Bitcoin, que Bitcoin va a ser nuestra moneda, que vamos todos a transaccionar en otras cosas menos en el dólar. ¿Cuál es el significado de eso? Y si no lo entiendes, no es Bitcoin, no son tus moneditas favoritas, es el dólar en cripto. Este es el nuevo sistema monetario, que lo que hace es cambia la forma. Cambia la dinámica internacional de quién está comprando y vendiendo bonos americanos. Eso se queda en Estados Unidos. 2, crea una demanda bastante fuerte por ellos, que no existe antes, que no depende en el Banco de la Reserva Federal. 3, al no depender por el Banco de la Reserva Federal, ahora la gente no va a tener ni puta idea cuando están haciendo QE, QT, QBLU, lo que sea. QE comienza en enero del 2027. enero del 2027. No estoy adivinándolo, no estoy con una bolita de cristal. La ley lo dice. QE, no le ponen QE, pero el hecho de que puedas comprar bonos y los hagas tu moneda empieza en enero del 2027. Y aquí la pregunta es para todos ustedes, ¿qué tan antes lo vamos a poner en precio? Y cuando digo poner en precio, ¿qué tan antes? Es cuánto nos vamos a adelantar a enero del 2027 a comprar todos estos bonos. Y aquí es lo que tienen que entender. Esa compradota de bonos es lo que saca todo el dinero de la bolsa, lo pone en bonos, genera QE y después ese dinero regresa a todos lados, no en forma de lo que han visto antes, sino en forma de beneficios de todas las empresas que los están sacando. Aquí ya me estoy complicando bastante las cosas y no creo que deba decirles eso. Da igual. Eso es lo que está ocurriendo efectivamente. Para la gente que no entienda cuál es mi plan es simplemente, cada que hay una oportunidad, cada 20 años de este tamaño, lo que haces es inviertes en la narrativa más grande. Por ejemplo, si hubieras invertido cuando Visa, Mastercard salieron, American Express, y hubieras invertido en tarjetas de crédito, hubieras hecho una fortuna. Luego después, si hubieras invertido en el .com, en el boss de las .com, ¿no? En esa fecha, en todo lo que es Internet, hubieras hecho un varo Google, Yahoo, Amazon, hubieras hecho un varo pendejo. En el 2008 lo llevamos Web 2, lo que nosotros conocemos como Web 2, la Internet más social. Hubieras invertido en Meta, hubieras invertido en Google, hubieras invertido en Amazon también, otra vez, un poco en las mismas, pero el 2000 es más como de Oracle, este es más como este estilo de empresas. Si hubieras invertido en el 2010, 2013 en el wave de los coches eléctricos, si hubieras comprado Tesla y hubieras comprado las grandes chinas, hubieras hecho un varo pendejo. Si hubieras comprado el boom de AI y te hubieras metido en Nvidia, AMD, hubieras hecho un varo pendejo, o tal vez lo hiciste. Se los pongo sencillo. Si te estás metiendo en un nuevo sistema monetario mundial e inviertes en el nuevo sistema monetario mundial, Coinbase, Circle, Ethereum, ¿no? Que son los proxies, y también Solana, aquí hay dos cosas convergiendo que son muy importantes para ustedes de entender, en mi opinión. Tienes el sistema cambiando a criptos. Eso quiere decir que hay una gran inyección del cash que existe en el mundo traducido, trasladado a USDC. Es lo que va a pasar, para que sepas. Es lo que está ocurriendo. Si el banco tiene $1,000 millones sentados en una bóveda, como Rico McPato, esos $1,000 millones simplemente los van a meter en USDC. Eso va a generar el volumen más grande en cripto, que no hay forma de explicarlo, porque literalmente solamente con un banco depositando la mitad de su dinero en cash, tendría 3 veces más que el volumen de cripto completo en esta red. ¿Ok? Entonces, por eso esos son mis gallos. Y la otra cosa que tienes a favor, tienes las dos partes convergiendo en una sola. Y esto es muy importante para todos ustedes de entender. ¿El futuro tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial, sí o no? En mi opinión, lo tiene. ¿Qué es lo que está en este momento viéndose claramente que va a pasar con inteligencia artificial? Todos los robots, las máquinas van a hacer todo por nosotros, incluyendo todo nuestro shopping, incluyendo todo nuestro browsing, incluyendo todo. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Todas estas máquinas requieren tokens, todos estos bots requieren tokens para poder hacer diferentes cosas. Estos tokens, los más baratos, y si le preguntas, y esto me lo quería guardar hasta que pasara al revés, pregúntale a todas tus inteligencias artificiales si solamente puedes cambiar, hacer un intercambio de valor con otros a futuro en cripto, ¿qué cadenas escogerías? Y las dos cosas que todos te dicen, Solana y USDC en Ethereum. Todas. Búsquenlo ustedes mismos. Igual y me lo está diciendo a mí por esto. Para mí es lógico. Aparte de todo, es lógico. Pero también tu inteligencia artificial favorita te ofrece la solución de, güey, si quieres cambiar un chingo de cosas, valor, cripto, usemos Solana o usemos Base. Ellos mismos te lo están diciendo, tío, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esto? Porque si todas las transacciones, tu teléfono ya no va a existir como existe el día de hoy. Vas a tener otro tipo de cosa. no va a tener pantalla como es, va a ser muy diferente, muy diferente. Y todo esto le vas a pedir a AI que haga, güey, ¿puedes reservarme esto? Va a tener que acumular tokens, vender tokens para hacer todo. Y estas cadenas son las más grandes. Ahora fusiona el dólar junto con inteligencia artificial, la gran cantidad de energía que le están tirando a todo esto, que requiere, que también afecta al dólar positivamente, y ahora ponlo todo junto en una sopa. Esta es una oportunidad de una en 20 años. En mi opinión. Tómala o déjala. Está en ti. Tú tienes en este momento el asador por el mango, cabrón. Estás a cargo. En este canal hemos estado puesto desde que topamos, nos vamos, esperamos en cash, estamos listos. Si has estado aquí conmigo, estás listo, estás en una gran posición ahorita. Una gran posición. Y lo digo porque yo estoy en una gran posición. Deberías de estar igual, ¿no? A menos de que estés haciendo lo contrario, ¿no? Porque sabes que soy un contraindicador. Entonces, ahorita deberías estar bastante en rojo, pero no te preocupes, ahorita cambia. Es importante, es muy importante solamente entender estas bases económicas, que aparentemente nadie las entiende. La economía, y esto le puse a un güey en X ahorita, ¿no? Que no, el güey no entiende por qué vergas, por qué chingados están hablando de cómo es que nos dieron buenos datos de empleo y el mercado cayó hoy. El estudio de la economía, se los voy a decir una vez más, y esto espero que hayan visto la diferencia que esto hace entre todos sus pacos favoritos y un pendejo que simplemente está viendo la realidad. El estudio de la economía es el estudio de la gente y cómo se comporta con su dinero. ¿Qué hace con él? Para estudiar la economía, lo único que tienes que ver es cuánta gente está comprando en tu restaurante local, cuánta gente está comprando, está yendo a pagar, están usando el mismo volumen, tus amigos tienen dinero, tus amigos que tienen empresas les está yendo bien. Eso es el estudio de la economía. El estudio de la economía que todos los imbéciles practican, en mi humilde opinión, y les tengo que decir imbéciles porque es, güey, fuiste a la escuela, cabrón. Te dijeron esto al principio. Cuando fuiste y te metiste al cursito, te dijeron, güey, ¿sabes qué es la economía? Fue probablemente una de las primeras, porque yo no fui a la escuela. De las primeras, espero que sí, que les hayan preguntado, ¿qué es el estudio de la economía? Y contestaron todos. Ahora como adulto, todos tus pacos favoritos que fueron y tienen sus PhDs y WebMDs y puta madre Ds y chécame estas, todos esos güeyes se dedican a estudiar los números que les da el gobierno. Por eso, estás, todo atrás dice liquidación, venta y liquidación. No mames, estoy viendo los números del gobierno. Todo atrás, una vez más, dice a la venta, a la verga, liquidación, llévate a mi esposa, te doy $1,000 por ella. Por favor, todo se tiene que ir. Pero tú estás leyendo los datos que te da el gobierno y dices, uy, la inflación viene cabrona, ¿eh? Oye, Alejandro, voltea atrás de ti. No, tengo que ver los datos, solamente enfocarme en los datos del gobierno. Se me hace una de las cosas más, una vez más, una de las cosas que más decepcionan en el planeta es cuando te despiertas y ver lo dormidos que todos están. Esta es una de esas cosas que me frustraba mamadas, pero es bastante divertida poder enseñársela a todos ustedes. Y ahora, de todos ustedes va a haber muy pocos que lo puedan ver, entender y comprender y aprovechar. Solamente esto es para ustedes. Lo demás es ruido y ya. Así que ahí lo tienen. Miércoles, les di mi jugada entera. Ahora, en cripto, y les voy a decir esto de una vez, porque tengo que hacerles el video y he sido un huevón de mierda. He estado en otras cosas, ¿no? Con mis NFTs. Mis posiciones para este mercado, y una vez más, yo creo no solamente el ciclo de 4 años de Bitcoin, no es un ciclo de 4 años de Bitcoin, es un ciclo de liquidez de 4 años, dentro de un ciclo de liquidez de 8 años. Para decirles dónde estamos, ¿ok? En el ciclo de 8 años, que empezó en el 2020, 19, lo que quieras. En este ciclo de 8 años, los primeros 4 tuviste antes del 2022, en el 2021. Esto en realidad empieza el 2018, más o menos. En esos ciclos, que fue el tope de el último tope de Bitcoin, ¿no? 18, 19, 20, 21, más o menos. 18, 17. Todo ese ciclo hasta el 21 fue una gran cantidad de liquidez inyectada en el sistema. Y no te lo inyectaron al principio del ciclo, lo inyectaron a la mitad del ciclo de 4 años. ¿Ok? Ese fue el primero. Acabaste en el 2022. Ahora acabaste el próximo ciclo en el 2026. Son 8 años. ¿Ok? El ciclo que acabaste en el 2022 fue el ciclo que recibió toda la liquidez gigantesca, el dinero gratis de la pandemia. No le digan liquidez, sino ahorita va a salir un señor a gritar. Entonces, estos ciclos de 8 años se acabaron. Y estamos también, está acabándose ahorita, y estamos también acabando el ciclo de 16, que es el que viene desde el 2008 hasta acá. Una vez más, no todo tiene que encajar 8, 4, 16 perfectamente, 32. No funciona así, y todos no se comportan exactamente igual todo el tiempo, ¿ok? Pero para este ciclo nuevo, donde estamos empezando ahorita, lo que todo el mundo necesita para que esto funcione es una gran inyección de liquidez. Y ahora, hay mucha gente, todos los boomers, dicen, la Reserva Federal va a imprimir dinero, porque una vez más, todavía no comprenden cómo funciona el nuevo dinero. Bien. La realidad de esto es que las empresas se van a encargar de hacer eso, de la impresión de dinero. Esto empieza en el 2027. Cuando empiezas un nuevo ciclo de 8 años y uno de 16, tienes inyecciones de liquidez enormes. En el 2008, 2009 fue el primer trillón que imprimimos. En el 2020, pueden verlo. Vamos a necesitar otra vez una mega inyección de liquidez. Mega. Y ahora, esto va más allá de lo que toda la gente supone. Esto simplemente va en cómo esta gente se va a beneficiar lo máximo posible. Y el beneficio mayor, más grande que existe en el mundo de cripto, el más grande, es que tengas otro ciclo de liquidez amplia y que tengas un ciclo idéntico, o no idéntico, pero relativamente parecido al del 2021, ¿ok? Donde las altcoins van a correr. No, ahora, va a ser diferente, no es idéntico que el 2021, 22. Altcoins van a correr. Personalmente pienso que NFTs van a correr, pocos, pero los que van a correr, van a correr. Todas mis posiciones, y se los puse enfrente a todos ustedes, sencillas. Coinbase, que es el nuevo banco del mundo. Circle, la cadena del mundo. Ethereum, la cadena de la cadena del mundo, ya el on-chain. Solana es la otra moneda que se traduce muy fuerte a esto. Pero yo a Solana estoy entrando vía proxy. Eso quiere decir, no estoy holdeando mi Solana con cojones comprando en estas bajadas. Estoy comprando NFTs. Ahora, esta jugada a mí me puede salir mal. ¿Ok? No es la que le estoy recomendando a todos ustedes para nada. Esta jugada, para mí, de los NFTs, no estoy poniendo más de 1% del cash que tengo en mano en ellos. No el 1% de lo que tengo en dinero en total. De cash que tengo, estoy haciéndolo ahí, abriendo mi posición de Solana. Cuando mi posición de Ethereum es del 10% de mi cash. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo más riesgo en esta jugada de Solana. ¿Ok? Mi jugada de Ethereum yo la veo normal como cualquier otra cosa. La de Solana es el que tiene la mayor probabilidad de hacerme un chingo de lana. Y no se los he compartido por huevón, pero rápido se los voy a enseñar y luego les juro, les voy a hacer, espero esta semana, el video de esto, pero ya me preocupé porque estas chingaderas subieron de precio en sí. Estoy comprando estos NFTs y no, una vez más, no conozco al dueño, no gano nada con decirles esto. Yo no voy a vender hasta que pasen 3, 4 años. Esto es una jugada a muy largo plazo y no la quería compartir con ustedes porque la última de los NFTs, mis proyectos no funcionaron porque soy un perdedor. Pero verga, si sí sé invertir en otros. Y ahora aprendí a putazos lo de los NFTs, ¿no? Y ahora en este momento lo estoy tomando desde afuera para adentro. Vi qué proyectos funcionaron, por qué proyectos mueven liquidez, cuántos proyectos mueven dinero más allá de ventas, etcétera. ¿ok? Una vez más, para todos, si los NFTs son una estafa, salte de una vez, carnal, ahórrate la estafa, etcétera. 1% de todo mi cash. Cash, no cuánto tengo en mi empresa de esta y mi empresa de esta y mi empresa de esta y cuánto dinero tengo de más en otras cosas. De mi cash, 1% es lo que estoy haciendo. Y empecé a comprar estas chingaderas, ¿ok? Estos son los famous foxes, son los foxes en Solana. ¿Por qué? Estos güeyes tienen 1,000,000 de cosas. Cuando los compré estaban en 2 Solanas. Ahorita están en 3.5, ha bajado el precio de Solana, pero ninguna otra ha ajustado como ellos. Y han llegado a piso casi de 4 Solanas. No entiendo por qué vergas está reventando ahorita, no los he compartido con ustedes. Esto es lo que estoy comprando. Entre estos, solamente compro muy raros de estos, que son los mismos, pero en pixelados, ¿no? Solamente compro muy raros de estos, se los quiero decir. Y acá les voy a enseñar cómo, bueno, no, después lo hago. Les enseño cómo usar su sitio y todo eso. La única razón por la que lo digo es, si ya empezaste, estás en esto y te gusta el plan y sabes qué, has estado buscando qué vergas, aquí está lo que yo estoy haciendo, te lo pongo como siempre, ahí tú haz lo que quieras. La razón por la que lo hago ahorita y les estoy diciendo es porque no ha dejado de subir. No tengo ni puta idea por qué. Yo esperaría que baje más, pero esta es una colección diferente y en el video que les haga van a ver por qué. Y con eso los voy a dejar. Es todo. Esta es mi jugada. En el mundo del nuevo banco tengo eso y además tengo inteligencia artificial a través de Tesla con energía. Es una jugada muy grande. Una vez más, pero si Tesla no me da mi entrada, voy a moverla a una de estas cosas. Y también tengo MicroStrategy. ¿Por qué Strategy y no Bitcoin? Muchos de ustedes se van a preguntar. Porque el mercado de cripto no funciona en lógica ni en fundamentos. El mercado de cripto funciona en es lo que es o en contra de o funciona con hype. Sobre todo hype. Y es por eso que nunca voy a ganar en el mercado de los NFTs, por ejemplo. No te puedo vender algo solamente para decirte lo bueno que va a ser a futuro. Y eso es lo que le da a los proyectos enormes. Yo no puedo hacer eso. No puedo. Intenté darles varias cosas, pueden platicar conmigo, podemos hacer esto de negocios, bla, bla. A nadie le pareció, no tengo valor absoluto para mi comunidad. Entendido. Y lo entiendo, ni siquiera para mi mujer. ¿Qué voy a tener para extraños? Pero este pedo sí tiene. Entonces, al colocar todo este desmadre, tengo mi Coinbase, tengo mi Circle, tengo mi ETH, mi Solana, mi jugada de Solana, que es esta, y en vez de comprar Bitcoin, voy a comprar MicroStrategy porque la gente es irracional con su dinero y porque se va a mover en múltiplos comparado con Bitcoin, que a Bitcoin le va a costar más trabajo. Y ustedes saben, para mí este ciclo se va a tratar de Ethereum. Tal cual como dijeron todos, pinche Ethereum es una mierda este ciclo y nunca más lo voy a comprar, es una porquería porque no sube. Es lo que yo creo va a pasar en 4 años con Bitcoin. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que no va a subir, que no. Yo simplemente creo que el retorno en Ethereum y Solana va a ser ridículo contra el de Bitcoin. Es mi apuesta. Y estoy apostando también en Bitcoin, pero con más X de apalancamiento a través de MicroStrategy. ¿Por qué con más X de apalancamiento? Porque Strategy baja más y sube más. Los porcentajes son estúpidos. Y si me equivoco y Bitcoin sube más que Ethereum, a mí no me interesa tener Bitcoin. Esos beneficios que tiene Bitcoin no existen. Son literalmente para estúpidos. Estúpidos como yo en el pasado, por supuesto, caí en todas. Pero no me interesa el beneficio de tener un Bitcoin, una cartera fría que puedo perder o no puedo volver a entrar a, ¿no? Que no me pueden confiscar a menos de que lo confisquen como todas las reservas. Que puedan ver cómo gasto todo mi dinero a través de Nel. Pero así es como lo voy a hacer. Y tengo Lucid, que es una parte muy pequeña de mi portafolio ahora, porque les dije, combiné todo mi dinero, pero ya la jugamos tal cual como la jugamos y ahora estamos esperando a ver si metemos contingencia. Y solamente me falta poner el punto final en lo de Oclo y Strategy. Es lo único. Y va a depender con Tesla, porque Tesla es mi proxy de energía y necesito algo que esté en energía. ¿Ok? Ahí lo tienen. ¿Qué pinche spiel les tiré por acá? Espero que les sirva, que les funcione de algo, o mínimo que hagan unos buenos clips de mí diciendo puras pendejadas. Les mando un abrazo a todos, pórtense bien. Y nos vemos el viernes. ¿Cómo de que no? Uf, qué rico el viernes. Gracias a todos los miembros del Elite Trading Academy, por cierto, que andan por acá. Les mando un abrazote a todos. Gracias.